of this Super 8 contest. Two unbeaten teams, at least for the next few hours. The West Indies with a solitary change. No Akil Hussain for them. They brought in Roston Chase. He'll be hoping to make the best of matchups against the South African left-handers. King is one that needs to show his best form today, though. For South Africa, they are unchanged for this contest. Aiden Markram leading the troops, and they've been bowling well and batting well. We haven't seen the best of Quinton de Kock yet, but he'll be hoping that today is such a day. A little while ago, South Africa won the toss and elected to bowl first in bright sunshine. Two teams that are very familiar with each other. And as we've said all through the day in the build-up to this match, they met in the Super 8 stage of the last World Cup. South Africa prevailed then at North Sound in Antigua. The West Indies will be hoping that they can find a way to combat Kagiso Rabada, Marco Jansen and company, and an opening pair that is in need of runs. Brandon King's runs have dried up coming into the tournament, but today is an opportunity, and it gives me great pleasure to say hello and good afternoon to two South African captains, one former and one still active. Sean Pollock, of course, is into the coaching now. Hello to you, Sean. And Themba Bavuma is with us here once again as well, gentlemen.
Yeah, good afternoon to all the viewers and to Bish and Themba. South Africa starting with Keshav Maharaj, which is a little bit of a surprise to Brandon King. But the nature of the service, when we had a look at it, looked like it could be a little bit tacky, and that probably influenced the decision of Aiden Markram to bowl first, just to see if there is any assistance for the spinners with a nice pronounced seam, and also whether the seamers will get a little bit of movement off the pitch. Shea Hope and Brendan King are the ones entrusted with that start for the West Indies. And what a crucial encounter this is. King hasn't really been amongst the runs as yet, still waiting to see the best of him.
Big side of the ground would be the leg side as Brandon King stands. Themba, good afternoon to you and your thoughts.
Good afternoon, Bish. Good afternoon, Sean. Importantly, good afternoon to all the viewers that have joined us around the world for this game. It's set to be an exciting and thrilling one. South Africa confidently choosing to bowl first. It'll be interesting to see how the wicket plays here. South Africa haven't played a lot of games during the day. They've opted not to go with the extra spinner. Obviously going to back their charges with the seam. Here's Kesh to start us off.
I think it's the first over he's bowling in the power play in this tournament, and he looked to target the stumps of Brandon King with a deep mid-wicket and a long off.
I've enjoyed this bravery and innovativeness from Captain Aiden. We've seen a lot of bowlers take on that first ball. He's been very brave to bring on the spinners. Makes sense with two right-handers there. I think as well as a captain, you need to be clear and know your bowlers, know what their strengths are, and be able to position them well.
Yeah, Keshav Maharaj played in the same team as Shea Hope in the SA20. Shea Hope was the keeper for many of those games, so he'll know what to expect. Loves the offside.
Vacant territory all the way for 6. That's a top shot to play off that length.
Yeah, just a bit of a drag down from Keshav Maharaj. And Shea Hope was so quickly onto the back foot. He picked up that length really quickly, knew where the gap was, and carves that away over long on. That's a wonderful start for the West Indian skipper.
Lovely. He has that outstanding ability to score both sides, and that one was his pet shot.
Yeah, the key to it too, Bish, is it doesn't have to be from offside. He can sometimes target balls that are maybe heading down the leg side. This one was just pitched on off stump and probably going to go on and hit it. But you can see how he's got that ability just to move his body into a position where he opens up the offside so easily.
Kumar Dharmasena, World Cup winner with Sri Lanka back in the day. I'm sure his heart would have been a little hard last night. Chance! Over the boundary for 6. He held on, but it's the second 6 of the over to end it. 17 without loss, Devolt Brevis.
The expectations have changed, but you expect the players to take this. He had to charge away. I don't know if he was 100% convinced of where the boundary cushion was, and his weight was maybe leaning a little bit towards it, but he's caught it probably 2 meters inside. The fact that he fell would have been the issue. He still holds on to it, but normally they manage to place the other foot, pop it up in the air, get back into play and complete the catch. So Brevis, who's high standard, will be disappointed. West Indies, great start.
Marco Jansen, South Africa's leading bowler in the power play this tournament. He's been getting better and better in T20 cricket with the ball across his career. Slip and a short third, and deep backward square.
Marco Jansen, he's got a big job on his hands here. West Indies have gotten a little bit off to a fly in that first over. He'll want to ensure himself that he brings some sort of control into this innings. Shire hope they're just feeding off those ones that are a little bit short. Brevi probably just didn't see where the line was. Fortunately, just wasn't able to throw that ball back into play. A good start here from West Indies. South Africa is going to have to get back into it.
It's good timing. That's the short side of the ground. Brandon King will be hoping that does his confidence the world of good. It's pure timing.
Yeah, it wasn't the worst delivery. A little bit of shape into the right-handed King. The length maybe a touch over-pitched, but he's just clipped that nicely. I thought it had gone straight to Maharaj because he barely moved there at mid-wicket. Finds the gap between the two of them. What a wonderful start. 1.2 overs, already 21 on the board for the West Indies.
Terrific length from a big tall man, asking King to drag forward.
And that's what he can do, Marco Jansen. He's got that ability to swing the ball back, but he's also got that other one that he's learned that just kind of goes away from the right-hander. Definitely keeps the batter thinking there. And those are the type of balls that bring those slip into play.
South Africa holding a slip and almost like a fly slip in a fourth slip position.
He's moved from beating him outside the off stump to 2 straight and an effortless boundary for Brandon King. Minimal risk, that's the thing about that.
143 clicks an hour there for Marco Jansen, but the direction, you can see it heading down that leg side, and the square leg is almost in position rather than a fine leg. So once it goes fine, you're never going to chase it down. But South Africa are under pressure. West Indies will be very happy. Being asked to bat first. South Africa thought there might be something in the surface. Not proving to be too much. And they're off to a flyer.
More runs, not where King intended, but they'll take it. It's a little bit of indifference in line and length from Jansen so far in this over.
Yeah, a little bit indifferent here from Marco, getting a little bit of extra bounce here in the wicket. I think that was a top edge actually, and just going over the keeper. This is what Brandon King will be looking for in this tournament. He'll be wanting to make sure that today is the day that he can make a play for his team. He's gotten off well. He'll want to continue as long as he can.
29 without loss after 2. Eyes on the surface. As always, it generally is a high scoring ground. The ground staff have worked very hard. South Africa in their 4th game in this World Cup at this venue. I suppose Demba Bavuma and Sean Pollock next to me. Question really is when we reflect on the Janssen over, he'll get better, he'll pull it together. We see the top of off 6 to 8 meters working so well in the power play in this form of the game. Time to find out whether KG Rabada can find that length. One change for the West Indies today with Akil Hussain, who normally uses the new ball, left out. Roston Chase, the off-spinning all-rounder, is in. Shea Hope made no bones about the fact that Akil wasn't dropped. It's a tactical thing. Slip is out.
That's a bit of a surprise for me, but the last one just beat the outside edge, could carry through. I think I would have held that slip for just a few more deliveries just to see what's going to happen from Rabada.
Bounce, and it left Shea Hope, and he has found that length. An easy one for Quinton de Kock. West Indies 1 down.
Yeah, Rabada having an immediate impact. Aidan Markham will be very grateful that didn't go to first slip. And it was just a feather of an edge straight through to Quinton de Kock. Slip taken out, but we did feel there was something, some bounce, some movement. And this is quality from Rabada. Just a little bit of shape, trying to flay it through the offside. Shea Hope, little edge through, and South Africa needed that. It was a wonderful start by the West Indies. They need to find a way to try and pull it back, the South Africans. Well, a wicket always helps. First one is down, 29 on the board. Shea Hope goes for 16.
Yeah, South Africa would have definitely wanted that, and more importantly, Kagiso Rabada, that will do him a world of good. I think he'll be happy that someone got hands under that ball this time. I think he's one of the guys that he's been able to find some shape outside that off stump, also that bounce, and that's what we know about Rabada when he's fit and firing.
Shimron Hetmeyer again in at 3. His form has been good, coming off that wonderful knock at the Vankiri against Zimbabwe. Slip in place, and that short third right on the line, in addition to deep backward square and a deep backward point. Dropped it! Oh no! Corbin Bosch got up, got the hands to it, and couldn't wrap the fingers around it. It wasn't that powerfully struck.
Yeah, he also had time, didn't he, Vish? Because of where he's situated, you're probably about 45 yards away from where Hetmeyer makes contact with this. Once again, South Africa will be a little bit disappointed with this performance. He jumped up, he got his fingers to it. It's just fingertips. But he'd expect to take that. Corbin Bosch is normally a wonderful fielder. They kind of put him in the hot pockets when it gets to the back end of an innings because of his catching ability.
Hetmeyer in the last game against Zimbabwe, he got a chance early on. Today he's getting a chance here. We know how it turned out for Zimbabwe in that last game. South Africa will be hoping that doesn't happen. There's hope there. Just flashing it one day outside the off stump. Little bit of movement, a little bit of bounce. and edging it straight to the keeper.
This time, and Corbin Bosch will be the most relieved man on the field. It's a good catch by Keshav Maharaj.
Yeah, South Africa have given 2 opportunities. Brevis carried one over the boundary. Corbin Bosch puts one down, but it hasn't cost him too severely. On both occasions, they've been offered a second chance and been able to grab a hold of it. South Africa just bouncing back nicely. This is wonderful from their premier fast bowler. Introduced the team under a little bit of pressure, and in the space of 5 deliveries, he's picked up 2 wickets. That's going to rock the West Indian innings. Good catch that by Keshav Maharaj. South Africa much happier. Goes for a fortunate 2, 31 for 2.
In times past, the West Indies have used Roston Chase at 4 when wickets have gone down early in the power play. Not this time. Rothman Powell came in the power play last game as well, got a half century. And so they're trusting Rothman Powell based on the form that he got against Zimbabwe to come in and do a job now with a slip cordon being filled. 2 slips, well, 2.5 really. Marco Jansen's in there. In 1 over, gentlemen, in 1 over, Kagiso Rabada has doubled his wickets tally in the tournament. 32 for 2.
Always keep them for when they count, Bish. Keep them for when they count.
Against the big teams, yeah.
Correct.
Concern on the West Indian faces. Scrappy start to the game, really. 2 catches going down, 2 wickets going down. And another bowling change. Lungi Ngidi. You bowled a lot of slower balls against India.
Just the length. You get the feeling that one just stood up a little bit on him. Didn't decide to go up and over, which is not often the case. They, in this modern T20 format, they kind of played with an open bat face to go into the crowd. But that one, he tried to roll his wrists and picked out Keshav Maharaj, 27 meters away.
Big side of the ground, it runs forever, but it runs into the ropes. Just flayed the bat at it and timed it nicely.
Tell you what, Bish, that's a quality shot, because that length was pretty good from Lungi Ngidi. We talk about King not being in the best of touches, but that is not a half volley. And on the up, yes, a little bit of width, but it's just about the hands get into such a good position. Had to thread it through those 12 meters and looked fantastic.
Lungi Ngidi looking at his field placing with the slip in place. He's looking to take wickets. Captain here sees an opportunity to really put the West Indies under pressure.
More of a horizontal bat on this occasion, as opposed to probably sort of halfway between vertical and horizontal for the previous one.
Yeah, South Africa will be having a few consultations here because things aren't looking like they're going according to plan. Quinton de Kock's run all the way from keeper to go and have a word with Aiden Markham. I think it's about maybe the width from Ngidi. He would want to be tighter on that off stump on 2 occasions there. It's probably half a meter from the off stump, and that allows King to free up those hands of his.
Yeah, probably top of war for inside the off stump now. Very good adjustment. And so there are catches going down, boundaries being hit, and wickets falling all over the place.
If you have a look at that from a bowling perspective, wider on the crease there from Lungi Ngidi. He realized he was offering up too much width, so he wanted to cut that angle down, went wider on the crease, hit a decent length, and as he picks up the wicket, he turns around and says to Aiden Markham, there we go. That's probably what was being discussed. But you can see on that angle how much closer to the off stump it ends up. He's not looking to flay the hands, he's looking to defend. And Quinton de Kock was probably the one who ran down and said, listen, get him to angle it a little bit back in. But there's been plenty of action. Fast start, 41 on the board, but also 3 wickets down for the West Indies. 3.4 overs gone, 41 for 3.
It's a risk reward there, Sean, don't you think? Lungi's obviously looking for the swing there. You accept that you're going to get hit for boundaries, but you also have that opportunity of nicking him off. I think that's what's made Lungi very effective in the last couple of months, last couple of years in his T20 bowling. He's shown that ability to take wickets up front. He's really given the captain the confidence to look at someone to take wickets there up front. So
what a start to this contest. Now Roston Chase comes into the team today, in at 5. The question really is how different maybe the bounce is here at Ahmedabad on this surface to where the West Indies have been playing before in the Wankhede. They've been sort of segueing and shuffling between Eden Gardens and Wankhede. 2 slips in play.
There's just no dot balls in this initial 4 overs. Everything's either going to the fence or getting wickets. Yeah, Bishop, Mumbai is the same surface, so it's red. And when he played there and coached there, it's a steeper bounce that the red offers. And that might be what's doing for them, because 2 occasions now we've seen balls carrying beautifully through to the keeper. And in general, it tends to turn a little bit more when the red soil gets dry. But I get your point. I think it's the steepness of the bounce, and that might be because Lungi and Kahisa are pretty tall fellas, so they do extract some decent bounce out of most surfaces.
Another one down. South Africa are rampant and running all over this West Indies team here. Chase comes and he goes.
It's movement again, just plants that front foot, and maybe the ball moves a touch away from him. His bat follows, but follows too much. Inside edge, crashes into the stumps. Tell you what, South Africa would have been concerned after the first over and a half. Now all of a sudden they've got 4 wickets. And they'll feel the decision to bowl first has been justified. Lungi has been fantastic in this tournament, picking up wickets at will. 43 for 4, Chase goes for 2.
last 2 overs, it's all been South Africa. Started with Rabada taking 2 wickets in his wicket, followed by Lungi as well, taking his 2 wickets. It's exactly what the skipper would have wanted, winning the toss, opting to bowl. He'll definitely be looking to get those early wickets. South Africa in the front seat here at the moment, and they're looking good.
many of them are very familiar foes, not least Shafin Rutherford, who had a very good domestic tournament in South Africa last month and has been in good touch. But again, there is some bounce here that in each dismissal, a little bit of lateral movement, but also bounce that has discomforted the West Indian batters. A solitary slip for Powell.
South Africa will benefit a great deal from these type of conditions, very similar to what they're accustomed to back home. I think the advantage with them as well is having played a majority of their games here at Ahmedabad. They would have been very clear knowing what type of wicket that they'd be facing. Unchanged team, going with their paces. At the moment, that tactic is looking to be paying them a lot of dividends.
Yeah, but you said Rutherford had a good tournament. He had an excellent tournament. He was in fine form, thoroughly entertaining for all the viewers and destructive against the bowlers. Don't think he would have been wanting to get in 4.1 overs though. He prefers to come a little bit later. He's one of those guys who can be prepared just to take his time when he first gets to the crease. He knows how destructive he can be. You can just see no foot movement whatsoever, just relying on the bounce, and then the angled bat that comes through kind of needed to be more of a horizontal bat if you're going to play that when you first come to the crease. And with that angled bat, when it hits the inside edge, it's angled towards the stumps. Timber.
There's a lot of acreage there that allows the fielder to come around and restrict it to 2. And South Africa generally have hit a nice length across the tournament early on, sometimes back of a length into that good length, and the wickets have come just short of that good length today.
Yeah, because of the extra bounce, you can maybe be hitting that area. It's a difficult one to try and carve away. But have a look at that, 29 without loss, 43 for 4. What a big turnaround.
Rutherford here identifying the need to get through this power play. Today's milestone, Rabada needs 2 wickets to get to 300 T20 games. And Rovman Powell, he hits a lot of sixes, and needs 2 to get to 150. So a lot to play for individually here for the boys. I think here for South Africa, they'll continue looking to attack, keeping the slip. And from West Indies' point of view, they'll want to stop the bleeding.
To set up the group, West Indies' last game is against the host nation, India. They've already overturned Zimbabwe. South Africa have already overturned India. And they have Zimbabwe on their horizon. And so can they get out of this first 6 overs without any further loss? This is a critical fixture. South Africa at the wheel. Outstanding start from KG Rabada today. 47 for 4 after 5. Just to reiterate the standings in this group. West Indies won their first game against Zimbabwe. South Africa, as we mentioned, overturned India. And India will be playing Zimbabwe later on tonight in Chennai. So critical encounters in this group today.
What a game here in Ahmedabad. 47 for 4, West Indies having been put into bat. 29 of the first 2 overs, then they lost 4 for 14. Runs flowing, 4 4s and 2 6s in the first 2 overs, and then this. Kagiso Rabada, the 2 wickets in an over. Corbin Bosch dropped Hetmeyer when he was on without scoring, and then Lungi Ngidi getting in on the action. It's always going to be a top clash between the 2 unbeaten teams in the comp. 5th game for South Africa here at the Narendra Modi Stadium, so they know the conditions well. Yeah, unchanged for South Africa. Good continuity in selection. Strong batting lineup. Good to see KG Rabada getting back to his best today. In a crucial game, semi-final spots up for grabs. Oh! A let-off.
We've had the most electric launch phase today. It's been wickets, it's been runs, and surprisingly, along with this, a few other drop chances and delirium. No idea where the ball has gone. It's not an easy catch, but you expect a certain level of fielding and catching from South Africa. One that they've dropped below today, hands on head.
Seen a couple go down already early in this contest. What's going on, Samuel Badri?
Hello, Cass. Hello, Carlos. Hello, everyone. It's been as catastrophic a task, or a start rather, than you could have imagined if you're a West Indian fan. 4 wickets inside the power play after a brilliant first over. How quickly things can change in this format, and now they've got so much work to do, and these 2 at the crease, Rutherford and Powell, are instrumental in them getting up to a competitive total.
It's not the kind of surface where you can hit yourself out of trouble. Miller and Brevis showed that in the game against India. South Africa 20 for 3. Came in, played well, built partnership. South African bowling lineup have been rampant throughout the competition. West Indies under pressure.
Yeah, the one thing I've seen in this World Cup so far from the West Indies is the batting unit has been responsibility, maturity. Now that batting unit, the backs are against the wall. Probably the toughest, or one of the toughest oppositions you'll face in the World Cup. Here is when they need to show it. These 2 guys are senior guys. They've seen it all.
With an offer, put away for 4. 50 up for West Indies, 52 for 4 at the end of the power play. It's always going to be the challenge when the top order don't fire. Questions being asked of the rest of the batters.
Yeah, and a penny for his thoughts, what he's thinking now as he goes out to meet the 2 batters out in the middle, as they recalibrate what their game plan is, having lost 4 wickets in the early phase of this match. How do they get up to that competitive total? What's the methodology they can employ? Carlos, you mentioned the tremendous experience from these 2 in international cricket and franchise cricket. Schiff and Rutherford has experience playing here, both of them actually. Now is when all of that experience, all of that skill has to come to the fore.
Good thing about the West Indies lineup so far is Jason Horner, 7 Test double 100, and Mario Shepherd, who wrote to the back so far in the World Cup, as well as 4 at 9. So there's strength in depth, but this is exactly what the doctor ordered for South Africa. 4 wickets in the launch phase. West Indies with the ideal start. Boundary first ball for Shea Hope, and a rollicking first over, ending with that piece of fielding and eventually 6. Brandon King looked in imperious touch for a batter short of runs in the tournament as a whole. The Waltzy skipper fell. There was a steady procession. Another drop, and a couple balls later, Maharaj held on to it. Brandon King, and then Roston Chase in quick succession. Lungi Ngidi, he's been one of the bowlers of the tournament. Unfortunately, not one of the catchers of the tournament, putting one down. And just before the drinks break, Rodman Powell with class to finish out a frenetic period of the first power play in this all-important clash.
Yeah, South Africa have been brilliant. They won the toss, and this is exactly what they were thinking about when they inserted the West Indies, getting those 4 wickets. Maybe a little bit too many runs.
29 after the first 2 overs. It looked like West Indies were going to run away with it, but when you get the likes of Shea Hope and Shimron Hetmeyer early, you're able to then just plug away, and that's exactly what South Africa did. They'll be delighted, and Rabada was able to start well. Bosch now to 3rd in the world rankings, T20 international bowlers. He's gotten up to good speeds. He's used his variations well in this competition too. He's become an integral part of this bowling lineup.
It's been good to watch Corbin Bosch's improvement throughout his career. I remember seeing him in CPL, and he was an all-rounder. Come and bowl some fast medium, but I never saw him touching those speeds of 140 plus and being the quickest bowler in the tournament.
Protection on the boundary, but it's a long boundary, so they'll pick up 2.
West Indies wickets, 4 of them. Hope, Hetmeyer, and then back-to-back Brandon King and Roston Chase.
It's taken off, and that will land in the stands for 6. Rutherford is at his best.
They're quite pugnacious from the southpaw. We've spoken about the boundary dimensions here. He's hitting to the shorter side, but that has traveled way into the stands. Picked up the length really nicely, a pure bat swing, and deposits it for 6.
Single-handedly change a game. South Africa know the danger that he possesses out there in the middle. Opportunity. Quinton de Kock steadies himself and pouches an important catch. Frustrated Rutherford, but delight for the South African fans.
Length again, hard length, at good pace. And that one rushed him. It felt like it took an age to come down to the waiting hands of Quinton de Kock, to see the outstretched hands and a punch with passion for Corbin Bosch. Frustration for Shafin Rutherford. It is his shot, and it's caused his demise. 60 for 5, the West Indies.
Half the side out. We're only into the 7th over of this contest. West Indies absolutely rattled. I'll tell you what, Jason Holder did not expect to be walking out right now. Searing heat. And with a massive job to do. what he can do with the bat, but in this situation, Samuel Badri, he's got a huge job in his hands. What is the approach?
Yeah, the beauty of this format is that at times it really tests your foundational principles and your situational acuity, and that's what is required here from Jason Holder. He has to understand that firstly they need to bat out these overs, they need to utilize all of them, and that's the only way they can get to a score that will be competitive. Just can't keep looking to hit boundaries and losing wickets, and that's what the West Indies have did.
Dispatch the ball before this into the stands for 6, and then this.
Similar length. I hope Hawkeye supports me on that. It looks just a little bit wider though. And an increase in pace as well from 136 to 140. Fine margins at this level.
Let's have a look, Carlos. The aforementioned line and length and increase in pace. 6 before, and then the wicket delivery. Another one. Every bowler who's been called upon has reaped reward here for Markraman, South Africa. It'll be interesting to see where those two balls pitched in relation to each other, as well as the line and the pace.
Successful over. 7 gone, 60 for 5.
Yeah, just have a look at the first one. That's the wicket delivery. And then the 6, well, it was the reverse order. 6 first, a little bit fuller. And then he made the adjustment and got the wicket.
Maharaj opened the bowling, much to the surprise of everyone watching, everyone in the commentary box. Went for 17. Perhaps could have had Shea Hope on that final delivery. Opportunity for Brevis on the boundary. Back into the attack now. In his more preferred position of bowling for Keshav Maharaj. South Africa, no, they're not 5 down. You can never underestimate what's still to come. Mario Shepherd due in next. Slip in place.
It'll be really interesting how the West Indies play the next few overs or so. It's the earliest in his career in terms of entry point for Rovman Powell in T20 internationals. We've seen what they did with Shimron Hetmyer in that number 3 position and the dividends that they reap because of that. But now, what does this situation require? How can they navigate the next few overs or so to set up things for someone like Romario Shepherd? And this is where that experience has to come to the fore.
First match of a double-headed day at the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. Only 2 unbeaten teams in the competition going head-to-head. Victory today will go a long way to securing a place in the semi-finals. India, of course, later today against Zimbabwe in Chennai. Massive day in the competition.
Yeah, in the group, in the competition, there'll be a lot of Indian fans watching this game and probably even wearing yellow shirts. But there's still a long, long way to go.
Straight down the ground. A powerful strike for 6.
It's so important that you still look for your scoring opportunities. You just can't spend time out in the middle. So you have to find that equilibrium between risk mitigation and run scoring. And this is in the arc, straight down the tram line. He has long levers, Jason Holder, and he favors that direction. A shot of beauty.
10 from the over, 8 gone, 70 for 5. Big loss to South Africa here in Ahmedabad. The defending champions, the hosts, India, have an opportunity tonight at the MH Chidambaram Stadium in Chennai against the rising stars of international cricket, Zimbabwe. Semi-final spots up for grabs. India looking for a big win. 7 p.m. local time. Forward to that clash tonight. India's batting unit will certainly want to gel. Zimbabwe, after a big loss to West Indies in Mumbai, will want to bounce back. A good crowd building here at the Narendra Modi Stadium. Here's Lungi Ngidi. Jason Holder leads the celebrations often in the West Indies change room. Big character, big energy. And a great opportunity for him to make his mark here. A good company out there as well. Rovman Powell played well in Mumbai. The West Indies team that certainly has found their rhythm in this competition. Maybe 71 for 5. There's still a long way to go. Lungi Ngidi back in the attack, back in the wickets, and Devil Brevis takes an excellent catch.
Lungi Ngidi again, on a length, trying to slap it through that vacant gap, only for a single probably. But Devil Brevis not letting it pass, and Lungi Ngidi adds to his tally for the tournament. Rovman Powell gone for 9, West Indies 71 for 6.
89 wickets now for Lungi Ngidi in men's T20 World Cups, equal with Tabraiz Shamsi. What an incredible tournament he's had so far. 89 in all T20 internationals. Well. The wickets tumbling here in Ahmedabad. Matthew Ford in at 8. South Africa all over West Indies. Just not had the opportunity to rebuild. We talk about being able to rebuild, get partnerships going, just not being given the opportunity.
Yeah, it's been all South Africa. And that fast bowling battery that we've spoken about in the lead up to this match, and they haven't disappointed. Lungi Ngidi, look at those figures. 3 wickets for 12 runs. We really haven't seen his slower deliveries just yet as well.
Just can't keep him out of the game, Lungi Ngidi. 3 for 12 now.
Yeah, and for the West Indies, when it rains, it pours. When things aren't going your way, you actually smash that. But straight to Brevis. And they've been so indifferent in the field. Some good catches, some easy drops as well. And that was traveling. Good pair of hands.
Really come into his own in the white ball format as Lungi Ngidi. In these conditions here at Ahmedabad, he's been able to find the right length so often, and that's why he's among the leading wicket takers in the competition. Slow balls have been tough to pick.
Carlos, what are they thinking? What are they thinking in terms of a score now? 6 wickets down into the 9th over. If you're in that dugout, put on your coaching hat. Where can they get to?
Just, it's difficult. Ethos. If you think you can back your players to continue to go and try to get up to 130, 140, even if you are bowled out, versus limping up to 110, 120, 130. I think you have to see who's in your dugout, how can you back them, and that target has to be at least 140 to even have a chance. 72 for 6 after 9.
The Rainbow Nation is South Africa. What a beautiful country to visit, a great place to be. Cape Town is where all the foreigners want to be. Carlos Brathwaite. Win percentage. Runners up in 2024. Aiden Markram, one of the leading captains in this men's T20 World Cup. In terms of matches won. Run rate is 8, 6 wickets down. Current rate, West Indies will get to 160, but they're going to need some sensible batting. More importantly, partnership building. Every time they've gotten together, wickets have fallen. Jansen back.
Yeah, 1-over spell. We've seen a couple 1-over spells for Keshav Maharaj. He's been expensive. It's the fast bowlers who've done the damage. And Aiden Markram has shown great strategic elasticity in rotating his bowlers throughout this tournament. He's doing it again today. He's not letting anyone settle to any one bowler.
Slapped for 4. Onto it so quickly, Matthew Ford.
Solid intent, good execution from Matthew Ford. Good transfer of weight, getting your hands through. And did it early enough to get it over mid-on. So he seems to be seeing it. And I think the West Indies have to keep looking for scoring opportunities. I think the game has moved on now where you can think to consolidate for the next 6-7 overs, and you only get up to 120. You probably still will lose the game, 130 even.
You've got to give yourself an opportunity. High scoring venue. Conditions South Africa know well. Batting unit that's been firing.
The thing is adjustment. Look at this length. That wasn't happening in Mumbai or Kolkata, so they've come to Ahmedabad and they need to adjust to the bounce. And there are a few dismissals that we've seen today where that extra bounce have impacted decision making and ultimately cost batters the wicket.
That's hammered away for 6. Excellent this from Matthew Ford.
Well, I can tell you what, they aren't going down wondering. They're taking the attack to South Africa whenever presented with the opportunity. Their run rate is actually quite good. It's just the number of wickets they've lost. Matthew Ford connecting with great power there and has a chat as well at the end. Yeah, that's what he brings. He's quite chatty, isn't he? But a good shot. Look for the response now from Marco Jansen.
5th 6 of the innings. To go with 8 fours. It's been an unbelievable first innings. And they've dropped another field out on the boundary, expecting more. Ford's in the mood, and so he should be. This is such a good surface. West Indies, unfortunately, have lost far too many wickets for their liking. End of the over. 10 from it, 82 for 6. Is on the board. Our projected score 164 if they go at this rate. Already spoken about the fact that run rate's not necessarily a problem. It's the wickets column that's the issue. West Indies is 82 on the board. They've hit 8 fours and 5 sixes. So 76% of the runs has come in boundaries. Problem is their wickets column at the moment. So much riding on this game, Timber. It is a big contest for both of these two teams, isn't it? And you'd expect that there'd be a little bit of fieriness out in the middle.
Yeah, first turnovers. You'd like to think it's been all South Africa. West Indies are not going down they're not going down lightly here. They're also throwing their punches. Their run rate is still in a healthy position. Just got to look after that wicket column. South Africa, yeah, I think they sent some blood. They want to continue taking wickets here.
Hasn't gone very far, not as far as he might have wanted. Brilliantly done. Rickleton, with so often through his career, would have the gloves on. Takes a good catch coming forward.
Rather an audacious shot there by forward. Fortunately for him, he's finding the fielder. Rickleton takes that one this time, and again another wicket goes for the West Indies. Just haven't been able to get any momentum here into their innings. They find themselves 7 down with only 83 runs on the board.
Success for South Africa yet again. This time coming in the 11th over and the form of Corbin Bosch. It's 83 for 7 as forward goes. No momentum at all within this innings, even though we've spoken about this run rate and that the boundaries have still been coming. When Powell came in the 3rd over, faced a total of 11 balls and was dismissed in the 9th. So he hardly had any of a strike even. It's a question of whether or not West Indies just push along a little bit. There's so much time left in this game. Mario Shepherd walks to the crease. And West Indies definitely bat deep. They've got plenty batters. Long chat in experience Holder and Shepherd. Mario Shepherd has joined Jason Holder, had a lengthy chat about their plans.
I think, Natalie, that's always the challenge for a side that's coming off a dominant performance from a batting point of view, scoring over 250. You tend to not respect different conditions, different opposition. You don't allow yourself to get yourself in and really see what a good score is. Feels as if they've tried to take off from where they left off against Zimbabwe. Unfortunately for them, it just hasn't gone their way. South Africa, definitely the happier of the two camps.
That's hit him. It'll be a concussion test. Umpire calls for it straight away. Was right into the grill by the sounds of it. Hopefully he's going to be okay. Just, I think, signaled there that it sort of brushed off his shoulder, possibly, and onto the visor. Sort of cross seam there. He's just not quite getting up as much as he expected. A concussion test.
ask him a few questions and make sure he's okay. The physio's out there quickly. Ian Bishop alongside. Ian, has there been any surprises for you within the surface, how everything's played?
Yeah, hello Natalie, hello everyone. There's been some bounce in the surface. How much more than, let's say, the Wankedi? Only our data can tell us that, but the ball does seem to be bouncing. And to be fair to South Africa, they've hit a length that has caused a lot of discomfort. Hit back of a length, used a short ball, and the West Indies will reflect maybe it's a surface and a transition from a ground or a couple of grounds where you probably need to absorb a couple of deliveries first and try to acclimate yourself.
Live, a few questions asked by the physio. He seems to be okay, having taken the second run there quickly, which is good news.
Just think here from a captaincy point of view from Aiden, you'll be seeing the opportunity here to really run through that the batting attack. Probably not too worried as to who's going to come here at the death. You'll probably see him bring back his strike bowlers to continue taking wickets. I think that's always the challenge coming up against the South African team, is how you counter that seam attack, especially in conditions that seem to be favouring them.
Success for Bosch in the over. It's 11 gone now, 86 for 7. Again, we just saw from that pitch map the length that South Africa's hit where they've got their wickets.
It's a great understanding of conditions. They asked the West Indies some questions that they weren't necessarily able to answer, and then they continued working with it. Had they been dominated, they maybe have had to shift for a different plan. They haven't been dominated.
Kagiso Rabada, what a day he has had so far with the ball. 2 overs, 2 for 7. Found a length that worked very well for him. That's worked in his career. West Indies, through the competition, lost very few wickets in this little phase, the consolidation phase as we call it. 4 wickets through the tournament, but today it's been a little procession in this phase with 3 wickets falling just today for them in this phase. Phase where they've had so much success. They've been able to push the scoring rate along. Lost very few wickets in this phase. Nice from Kagiso Rabada.
The game situation is definitely asking for them to adapt their game. They've tried to fight fire with fire here, the West Indian batters. Unfortunately, it just hasn't gone their way. They're going to have to show their experience here, Holder, as well as Shepherd. And I think they're coming up against a confident, fiery Rabada here. It's exactly what he would have wanted from a performance point of view today.
For me, I've said from the start, though, I think there's so much depth in batting in the top 5 or 6 teams in the world that the team, I believe, that wins this tournament, they're going to have good batting. I think that's a given. The depth in batting, you look at New Zealand, you look at India when they're in form, you look at South Africa, England when they're in form, etc. I believe that the difference maker of the team that will go on to win is not that they'll have one good bowler. I believe you need more. Is the best bowling group to supplement the excellent batting.
You know, we sometimes say it in jest, don't we, that bowlers win tournaments, the batters win your matches, bowlers win your tournaments. But is that even more true in India because of the conditions, or do you think it is just because of how the teams match up?
I would argue that the way that T20 cricket has gone, right, with the power hitting, with the depth in batting in most teams searching for depth in batting, whereas in previous editions, a team would have said, look, we could 160, 170, we'll defend it most times if we have good bowling. I believe you need that good conglomeration of bowlers more than ever. Deep square leg, short fine leg. I look at the India loss the other day. South Africa. Jasprit Bumrah bowled 4 overs, well, 3 for 15. Outstanding. And they took runs off the others.
I think as well, from a captain point of view, you want many options at your disposal. I think South Africa, you look at their attack, all of the guys are versatile. They're able to bowl in the different phases of the game. I think that's made life a lot easier for Aiden. End of the over here, West Indies are 90 for 7 after 12 overs.
Rabada finishes that over. 2 for 11 he has. What a stadium this is. South Africa would feel this is like their second home. Sean Pollock earlier on walked out with the trophy. South African legend walking out with the trophy. Question is, who walks out with the trophy at the end of the tournament? West Indian fans coming in. Strong support, of course, the other day for India. So South African fans have come in today as well. It's an interesting move to have Keshav Maharaj take that first over today. Hadn't bowled the first over, opened the bowling in T20 International since 2024. Today decided that that was something to try out. Didn't bowl much in the power play in the SA20 either, did at times, but not much.
I think for the West Indies batting, what's important is how you use your slow bowlers. They feed off the spinners. I think Aiden, in terms of him being tactical and how he puts together that, you'd be thinking how best he can use Keshav there. I think he's got an opportunity here. He's got 2 right-handers, but importantly, he's got wickets behind him.
How much would they have thought about using George Linder in this game, do you think, Timber?
I think we all thought 2 spinners on this type of wicket. It looked a little bit on the dry side, but then again, you look at the opposition strengths, you would have seen how they were ruthless against the spin against Zimbabwe. You really don't want to give them that opportunity. Jason, they're seeing that ball there that's in his arc. I think it's just a snapshot into their mindset that if the ball is there, they're still going to continue going.
Wide it is. He throws his hands at it. Just out of reach.
Yeah, that's a fortuitous shot that for Holder. Keshav there, just throwing a little bit of wide, throwing it wide, probably expecting Holder to come at him. Holder almost chipping that to David there at point.
Just be the one to end that over. So it's 13 then gone. It's 97 for 7.
Going through their routines on the eve of match, Keshav Maharaj looked to get the top of the stumps in play, leg stump or off stump, depending on the type of batter. Getting a better understanding too of where do I pitch it, at what pace, at what flight, to be able to negotiate the ball going on to the top of the stumps. It's a very, very subtle thing, but they're very precise now in their preparation.
In some ways, nervously waiting for chance. Looking to go towards that short side. Gingiri, what tournament he has had. He's been probably South Africa's standout bowler.
Yeah, he's been exceptional, hasn't he? With the new ball when that's been called upon him. The middle phase of the game as well as the death. Speak a lot about him taking pace off, but today he's been a big exponent of the bounce, looking for the swing out there and being encouraged by the bounce.
Strong shot straight. More than enough power to send it into the crowd.
It brings up the 100 for the West Indies, and they've got another 6.5 overs, a little bit more than that, to try to get something significant. What was the pace of it? I thought so. I thought it was pace off, and Shepherd didn't have to reset. He's such a powerful batter. Usually he'd have to reset because of the lack of pace. That's one that didn't work, because it's worked so well during the tournament for Lungi and Gidi.
Gidi has found a lot of success with that ball. I think he shouldn't be discouraged by the execution there from Shepherd.
Ngidi, 29 years of age, 62 matches now for him in T20 internationals. And the success he's had in the tournament has pushed him to tie with Tabraiz Shamsi. Number of wickets for SA in T20 internationals. So Rabada right on their tail.
A little bit about Lungi Ngidi. He really goes unnoticed in terms of what he's done for South African cricket. He's a guy that likes to be in the background, but you chat to him, you see the way he goes about his work. He's very determined. I'm not surprised that he's there in the top of the leader charts from a bowling point of view, and also in the number of games that he's gone about it. Big player for South African cricket. Long may it continue for Ngidi.
Very nicely placed. It's all about the placement. A little bit of width. Oh, 12 runs off this over.
A couple of times today he's had an unforced error by giving that width. He doesn't want to get too straight with short side at the ground, leg side, but a couple of times he's gone wide, and that's understandable. He's not a robot. He's bowled with great excellence, and he's taking information in all the time. The slow ball didn't work today. It did well against India, so they're hitting the back of length. They just need to tighten up the line.
I'd love to see him go more to that slower ball. I think as much as that ball went for 6, but I think it's a big strength of his. So I'd like him to continue having confidence in that ball.
Punches. Down it goes. South Africa have been less than perfect in the field today. They're still on top. It's 109 for 7. Took all the pace off. Look how early he plays that. Didn't pick up the fact that it was a slow ball. It's just dropped short.
That's exactly what I meant there, Natalie. As much as you know Lungi's got that slow ball, you still have to play it. And yeah, he didn't look too happy there with Keshav and his attempt. I think from Kesh as well, the ball hit him in an area that he didn't want him to hit him. 6 overs left here for the West Indies as well as South Africa. West Indies will want to get close to the 20 overs. South Africa will want to clean it up as quick as they can.
(109) on the board. Extras column, very good by South Africa. Very disciplined, not giving anything away in extras today. There has been some things that we a little think about, and that's in the field. With a few opportunities missed, and not for the first time in the tournament for South Africa either. Maharaj was given that first over, went for 17, didn't really work out for South Africa. Kagiso Rabada in particular set the tone. Now, Ian, this was the phase I was talking about a bit earlier, where West Indies have been so good, but today they struggled.
And once the wickets started going down, they couldn't quite manage that little process there. But again, great credit, though, to South Africa. They found a method that has worked. The bowlers have stood up to the task. Sometimes the fielders have given them the assistance that they required. In that sort of game, boundaries, wickets, drop catches, quite interesting.
Good catch from Rickleton, time around. Just a little bit of width as well. Power down the ground. There's runs in it still for the West Indies. South Africa have continued to chip away in terms of wickets. First phase, run rate not a problem, as we've spoken about. Now the question is, can the West Indies find something to accelerate? They've got two very experienced players at the crease. Been there long enough, 22 balls for this partnership. Maharaj with the ball. Ball the 15th. Just a little look around now at the field. The protection out on the leg side. Just that shorter boundary.
Holder becomes the key man here for the West Indies batting lineup. You want to make sure that he's well within those last 5 overs. I'm sorry about that, Kesh, but you want to make sure.
That whip has been a ball that West Indies have feasted on today.
That's an unbelievable shot that from Shepherd. You got some width there. He's really just powered it, not much finesse, but he just powered it over extra cover. Unbelievable shot there.
He hasn't faced a lot of deliveries in the tournament. Got a little bit more in the last game, Shepherd. But he's a player that we've long spoken about in the Caribbean as someone who can bat a little bit more of the order, let's say in another team, and given more opportunity rather than just 5 or 6 balls in an innings.
It's been tough going for the spin today. Just looking at it forward a little bit, looking at the bowling attack from the West Indies. They've got 2 spin options. And whether that becomes a strength or a weakness for them, it's yet to see. But it's been quite tough for the spin here at Ahmedabad.
And again, isn't it same as the other day? India, South Africa. That traditionally seamers have done better than spinners. The other day with South Africa and India, we're seeing it again today. Single at the end of the over will bring 9 from it. It's 118 for 7. (118 for 7) then. 15 overs are gone. They've got 5 to go. From an option point of view for South Africa, the question is, where do they go to from here? Who do they think should bowl the next over, with Bosch having still got a couple to go? South Africa's got something to think about as to how they order their bowlers from here on in.
Highest partnership of the innings, 35 from 28. Valuable runs from Holder and Shepherd. Bosch back into the attack now, 2 for 12 in his 2 overs. Been so much happening, Sean Pollock. 5 overs to go, 2 set batters. West Indies, what are they looking at?
I think you got something on that, actually, that just dropped short of Quinton de Kock. But yeah, they're continuing to play their shots, aren't they, the West Indies? They're not holding back. They're almost batting like there's plenty of wickets in the shed, and it's been the approach they've continued with. Yeah, was a little edge through, just dropped short.
Shepherd is in the mood. Yet another 6 to the total. West Indies on the charge now.
Stand and deliver from Shepherd in front of square. Ball's getting a little bit softer. Didn't get the prodigious bounce that it got earlier with the new ball that did all the damage. And Shepherd has climbed into it.
He hasn't hit a 4 today yet. It's just been 3 maximums in his innings. He's recognised it. It's just a bit. It tends to suggest it's a good surface. I mean, some of the shots that have been played, you think absolute belter, and then some of the deliveries where they've just popped it up in the air, you think, okay, maybe there's something for the bowlers to work with. So interesting to see how South Africa get on.
Reaches for that. We talk about West Indies batting depth, yet they like to have the top order make runs, but these are the situations you want to be able to test the likes of Holder and Shepherd.
Yeah, in the Caribbean, we say there's more than one way to skin a cat. You can have your top order firing, as they have been doing all tournament, but there is a situation where you understand it's international cricket, it's a World Cup. There's a good bowling unit, your top order can fail, and today they failed to fire, but that's why you have strength in depth, strength in numbers, and these two are trying to get to something that West Indies can think they can defend. And actually, there have been a few dismissals, as you said, probably that I chalked on a couple of them to bad execution, not bad shots per se. There have been a couple bad dismissals, a couple bad shots, but in general, as a batsman, I don't think you can say they've batted poorly. There have been a few mis-executed shots, but the intent has been solid right away through. And in another world, you can limp up to 130 and you still lose the game. But they're giving themselves a chance to get to 160 still.
Hammered away, 4 runs to Shepherd. This is an excellent knock from Romario Shepherd.
Yeah, we said he hasn't hit a 4. Well, he has now. South Africa changed the field. They brought up long off into mid off. I was thinking that he was trying to prevent them from running it down to a squarish, almost backward point. But then to bowl that length, he was looking for the wide Yorker, obviously hoping to get it squirted nice and square, but it was too straight and caressed through a deep extra cover.
Eleven from the over, 16 gone, 129 for 7.
You mentioned, Polly, about trying to go a little bit square. I think Shepherd was trying to go a little bit square as well. Look at the eyes. Gone square, and then he realized that it's gone a little bit more in front. So, commitment to playing the ball in the correct area. He thought it would have gone a lot squarer. But his power and his wrist put it in the correct area for his first boundary. Boundary 4, that is.
43 for no loss in the last 30 balls. That's how well this partnership has progressed. Rabada back into the attack, 2 for 11 in his 3 overs. Shepherd tees off. More runs for West Indies, yet another maximum. 50 partnership up.
17th over. These two guys will be coming in anyway to play these strokes. However, they're 21 or 24 balls deeper. And when you talk about deep in the crease, off a length and deep in the stands from Shepherd, they're absolutely motoring now, the West Indies.
9th 6 of the innings.
In the pre-show, we're talking about the fact that how slow balls have been effective. You do think South Africa have to keep mixing it up. Can't just be predictable at this stage, because as you say, they're both in. They've both been there for a period of time, 36 balls. There's the partnership contributions. And they're not concerned about losing wickets now. Because it's the 17th over, they're not thinking they're going to get bowled out.
Full thought. Romain and Markram, hesitation. They'll cross for 2. Shepherd into the 40s now. 40 from 25. 4 and 4 sixes. In the aggressor, Shepherd.
Shimron Hetmeyer, the in-form batter. This man on screen, Kagiso Rabada, is always the trump card for South Africa. And in this game, he looks like a return to form. Hitting back, we talk about 6 to 8 meters. He went a little bit further back. I think he beat Hetmeyer for pace as well. Not able to get through the shot properly. And it is a strong point for Shimron Hetmeyer. He plays that pull shot nicely. It's a shot that gets him a lot of runs, and for different reasons. When it's outside of off stump like that, he gets into line and slaps it in front. But he adjusts nicely when it's closer to the body. And it's the ability to change the weight coming forward outside the off stump or the weight going back when it's straighter to access our fine leg. It's been a key component as well. You've been able to be so successful with the stroke. But sometimes what you like could be to your demise. See him got out to Jamie Overton earlier in the tournament, and now to Kagiso Rabada, all short of a length.
Touched us on. Hetmeyer is one of those guys who kind of still rolls his wrists. There's a lot of batters who kind of go with an open bat face because they don't want to roll the wrists. They just want to tee it up into the stands. He's had a good tournament to date, so he was vital that South Africa picked him up.
Get over this for West Indies. Kagiso Rabada is asking Kumar Damasina, and they'll have a look.
Out. TV umpire. Okay, we've got a player review for LBW. Original on-field decision is not out. I've checked the feet placement, and it's a fair delivery. I'm looking at the split screen. Ball seems to pass under the bat there. Let's just have a look at Aldridge, please. Okay, we've got a very big spike with the ball next to the bat, and no need to go for ball tracking. We'll go back to Kumar on field. Got no gap between bat and ball. Squeeze the ball onto the ground so you can stay with your original decision. Kumar, not out.
11 from the over, 140 for 7. Last night in Colombo, New Zealand were 84 for 6. Santner McConkey put on 84 from 47. Ended up being a winning score. Now West Indies thinking about last 3 overs, 2 set batters, 50 of the last 30 deliveries. Great, now get to 164. into the finish. Holder on strike. He goes big, and he gets all of it. West Indies, oh, they're enjoying themselves out there, and Holder and Shepherd are giving them hope.
Attempting to go wide, Jason Holder getting close to it. And once he gets close to it, it's going to go the distance. A proper swing, fluent swing of the bat. This is why it's so important to keep that positive intent, because now you're marching from 130 as opposed to marching from 110.
Slow ball into the surface. The last one was a slow ball as well, but he doesn't have that similar dip that Lungi and Giddy gets at the back end. It's kind of predictable, and you can kind of see it clearly when Janssen goes to that option if he over pitches. He's disappointed that one's adjudged as a wide. Consolidate, had to pull things back. 3 wickets, 57. But Accelerate, they're already going at over 10s. This is what they want to do to finish through. Thinking of maybe even 175 could be an opportunity.
Been going well in the last couple of overs. Good ball from Janssen.
That's a bit of length. That's the length he wants to be on. The first one was too full. But these two, they got to the crease. They weren't in a great position. They were 83 for 7. And they've just proceeded to smash it to all parts. Haven't held back. 64-44 and giving the West Indies a chance.
Runs are flowing, and yet another boundary. Record partnership for West Indies for the 8th wicket. 68 from 45. Runs flowing from both ends.
Yeah, a challenge that Jason Holder and the West Indians will be familiar with. A slightly bigger side, bowlers trying to hit the wide line, but the pace on or off, short or full. And Jason Holder's countering it nicely, stepping all the way over to off stump. But he's still giving himself the best chance to access the offside or the leg side, off the front or back foot, so still reacting.
Straight down the ground. This is exceptional batting from Holder.
Yeah, this is a huge strike straight down the ground. Once again, the length is very hittable. It's almost the perfect in the slot delivery. One you'd be looking for is you had practice, you ask the coaches to build your confidence. This is where you want to be landing them. It's the knuckle ball, but it's the length that's so good. He's such a tall fella with long levers that he can grab a hold of that width and just drag it straight. Janssen turns around in disgust.
19 sixes against Zimbabwe in Mumbai. The 11th six of the innings so far. Questions before the captain.
And this is what the West Indies batting line wanted to do throughout the innings. Keep transferring the pressure back onto the bowlers. They did it to Keshav Maharaj a little bit easier than the others. I mean, you talk about strike rates against full deliveries. Jason Holder's up past 200. And Marco Jansen is feeling every bit of it.
Run the second one. 19 from the over so far, 1 ball to go. This is exactly the acceleration West Indies were looking for from these two set batters.
Yeah, and that's why you have to commend the intent throughout the innings. It didn't work for everyone. But once you found 2 players that got in, you know they can go big because they're motoring it on, cycling through the gears as opposed to stopping and starting.
Deft touch, 4 runs, 23 from the over, 2 overs to go. West Indies motoring along, 163 for 7.
This makes it even more difficult for the bowlers when there's a bit of a finesse thrown in as well. Presence of mind. You don't always have to just play the big shot. He gets the angle he's after. You can see that there's no one up there protecting that area. Just runs it down. Beautifully played. What 47 of 28, 41 of 28. This has been special from these two.
Been a magnificent fight back from West Indies, from 83 for 7 to 163 for 7. 83 on the 18th over. Lungi Ngidi now. Low ball.
You know it's coming, but you got to learn how to play it. It's got to be able to deal with it. And that's what he's been so good at, Lungi Ngidi. It's such a good dip on it. Last minute, there it is, and then it just dips on you.
It's probably closest slow ball that I've seen since Brian Bravo, where it just looks as though it's coming full almost waist height, and then it just, all the energy behind it just drops and it just dips on you, lands just around the slot area. It's definitely not in the slot to hit.
So the key is he's bowling it wide, and you just think Shepherd is setting himself to try and go leg side, and that's what's working so well for Ngidi. The line of it's just inside the wide line. Have a look at the wrist position. It comes out the top. That's why it's got the bit of dip on it, but just inside the wide line. And you think to Shepherd, you could say to him, well, let's try and hit it over extra cover, but he's not. He's wanted to go straight or leg side, and he's disappointed.
And some people may say, just set up for the slow ball. You say PSR comes at 138 or so, just can't just set up for it.
Stringing together dot balls, frustration for Shepherd. He's got a wry smile. He's having a bit of a chat with Jason Holder.
It's funny, he had 41 off 28, and he's been made to look silly in this last 3 deliveries because of how good these deliveries have been. Once again, it comes out, you think full toss, and then just dips on him. And I think Ngidi will at some stage, he'll throw in just the genuine Yorker with the pace on delivery, try and get it underneath the bat. Quinton de Kock's enjoying it.
Edged away for 4. Now a world record partnership for the 8th wicket in T20 internationals. Previous best Scotland versus Netherlands. 80 Momsen and Sharif. This is 84 from 52.
You often feel that in these situations it's the bowlers normally that are at the crease trying to put something together, but these guys are not bowlers. They can hit the ball properly. That's why it's no surprise that given the opportunity of having 7 wickets down as quickly as it was, they had a chance to get themselves in, and they've played beautifully.
Slow ball from Ngidi. Well, it's been billed as the 2 batting powerhouses of the competition. West Indies putting some important runs on the board, and South Africa lineup that is packed with power. But West Indies bowling lineup have the bases fully covered. That man, David Miller, has picked up a couple of Player of the Match awards already, thanks to this pair. 85 from 53. Just 5 from the over. 1 over to go, 168 for 7. Three for 30 in his 4 overs. Another excellent return for Ngidi.
He bowls a lot of them. He bowls a lot of them, and the reason why he bowls a lot of them is because they're very difficult to pick. Have a look at that. Basically 50-50. 47% of his deliveries slow balls. And how effective was that last over? Every single one of them was fingers rolled across.
Slow balls.
Challenge here is going to be Corbin Bosch is not going to go that option. He's not going to go slow balls. He's looking for Yorkers. If he gets 6 of those, he'll be happy.
But that's also why the 19th over is probably the most important over, because if Corbin Bosch comes into bowl after the Bish and Bosch that we had in the 17th over, there's a lot more pressure. He comes into bowl on the back of 6 sublime slow balls that almost forced all the momentum out of the West Indies innings to just dissipate and come grinding to a halt. A 5-run over after 23. When you see the best bowlers in the team bowling the penultimate, that's why.
Also, when they were once they were 7 down, you would have not been betting against them being bowled out. The fact that they're 7 down with just 5 balls to go is amazing.
Single, Africa won't mind this. Where are these boundary options for Shepherd?
Well, if one of the two of them want to get it done on the haunches and play a nice little cute ramp, maybe, just maybe, but it's not something you see them do quite often. So they can be banking on missing his length, Corbin Bosch, and then going big.
That's what they do analysis. They do analysis of people who don't paddle, and then the Yorkers are comfortable delivery to bowl. Because you know they're not going to get down like an AB de Villiers and ramp it over a short 45 and pick up. So as a bowler, you get so much confidence having done your analysis, and you actually ask the video guys, does he sweep? Does he paddle? And if he doesn't ramp, then you're saying, okay, I now know that I can just back my Yorker. The commentators always harp on it about it up here in the comment box. But I know I can, because none of them are going to get down. I have seen Jason Holder once in a while try and fiddle one. So it'll be interesting to see if he tries. But I've never seen Shepherd get down and do it.
Both batters on 48.
Love a good setup, Polly. You told him to do that, didn't you?
We wish they would listen. There's the bowling attack that's going to have to be in top form. They'll have to pick up wickets much like South Africa did at the top of the order. South Africa in this tournament have been good. Rickleton, the Cock, Markham at the top. They didn't go well against India, so they've been disappointed with that. They were 20 for 3, but then the middle order stood up. So lots of batting for South Africa, but they're going to be chasing a lot more than initially thought.
Oh, miscommunication, an easy run out. Turning out to be a brilliant final over from Corbin Bosch.
The angle, the speed, the pace, just targets in there from wide on the crease between the legs, and well done by Quinton de Kock. Easy run out in the end, but don't take away from these two. They have been superb. Partnership of 89 or 59. Holder played brilliantly for his 49, 172 for 8.
Yeah, appreciation from the dugout, why not? 83 for 7. Looked like South Africa were running away with it. The nature of T20 cricket, it takes just one good partnership, and that's what West Indies have got out of that pair. 89 for 59. Edged away for 4, be 50 for Romario Shepherd. Maiden T20 international 50, and it couldn't have come at a better time.
Between the legs for 4, inside edge, but a proper finish with the bat, along with Jason Holder. Partners in crime, Romario Shepherd and Jason Holder, giving West Indies something to fight with. But Africa need 177 to win. Maiden T20 I-50 for Romario Shepherd is the way they went about it. They didn't soak up deliveries at the front end, trying to play a lot of shots at the back end. They measured the innings quite well. It was good, solid intent, almost from the word go. Put pressure on the spin and close out the game nicely from a batting perspective.
South Africa, they had West Indies right where they wanted them, 83 for 7. That partnership, could it be match changing, match defining? They'll need to be at their best with the ball, West Indies. They've got the runs on the board. Excellent effort by West Indies to get to 176 for 8 at the end of 20 overs. Akram Mungatas elected to bowl first, and Polly, the bowlers were right in it.
Yeah, they were. They had them 80 for 7, and then that partnership of 49 and 52 between Holder and Shepherd. To be honest, I don't think South Africa were brilliant with the ball. I thought they were pretty average. They were given a few wickets at the top of the order. I thought the best 2 overs were actually the last 2. They showed real control. They stuck to their game plan, but they'll take it. 176 on the board, 177 required. Maharaj was targeted. Rabada was brilliant when he was initially introduced, and then Gideon Bosch did brilliantly at the back end.
Right, let's head down now to Ian Bishop.
Corbin, thank you very much for your time. Restricting the West Indies to 176 for 8. How do you guys feel about that total?
I think it's a good cricketing wicket. I think Romario and Jason showed that if you build partnerships, that there's definitely runs out there. I think they definitely started with a lot of intent early on, so I think if we do that batting, I think we can definitely chase it down.
2 for 31 for yourself. How did you enjoy your outing with the ball?
I don't think it was my most complete bowling performance, but I was happy to contribute. I think the guys up top make my life a little bit easier taking wickets up front, and then it's just keep building on the pressure after that, so I can definitely thank the rest of my bowlers.
What are we to make of the surface?
I think it's a good cricketing wicket. I think early on it was maybe a little bit tacky, but I think once the ball gets a bit older, it's obviously a little bit better to bat on. So I think the new ball is going to be crucial for both sides. So hopefully we keep some wickets in hand and chase down this total.
All right, Corbin, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Well, we have a game on our hands thanks to that wonderful finish by West Indies.
Yeah, it was a start where the West Indies came hard. They put a lot of pressure on, but kept losing wickets. You can see there in the first 10, 7 lost. And then that wonderful partnership meant that they've posted something substantial compared to what it looked like it was going to be. They'd given themselves a chance.
So that's the target for South Africa. 177 required at 8.85 to the over. They're going to need to bat well. West Indies will be looking for early wickets.
An action-packed contest. That's a top shot. An easy one. It's a good catch. Another one down. South Africa are rampant.
Straight down the ground. Out. Hammered away. Brilliantly done. Shepherd is in the mood.
It's great to be connected on a plane, but not all the time.
The ICC Men's T20 World Cup journey continues in the largest city in the state of Gujarat, Ahmedabad. A beautiful city has a great mix of modern-day life and history. Sees South Africa take on the West Indies. A crucial game for both of these two sides. Both undefeated so far in the tournament. The West Indies were asked to have a bat first. They posted 176 for 8, and that's after being 83 for 7. So they've given themselves a little chance to possibly get some points on the board here. But alongside Carlos Brathwaite and Samuel Badri, they would have enjoyed this innings. Romario Shepherd was excellent.
Yeah, Romario Shepherd and Jason Holder both found themselves in partnership and a little bit of strife. But the way they played was a commitment to intent, to powerful stroke play, and they pounced on anything stray from this South African bowling lineup. And Gidi, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 30, showed his class and range of skill from seam up to slow balls at the back end. He showed about a return to form, and Corbin Bosch, he got in the act as well.
First extra from South Africa came in the 17th over. They only had the 2 wides today. It took a long time before they gave something away in extras. They were so disciplined from that point of view. Question is, what could he do with the ball, Romario Shepherd? Interested to see the tactics from West Indies' point of view, what they feel is the right way to go, especially with the new ball. South Africa said at the toss that they felt there was a little something in the surface. That's why they chose to bowl first. Maybe most of that moisture is now out. And the question is, what can the West Indies do with that new ball? Want to make an impression against these two. Aiden Markram, Quinton de Kock set to open the batting for South Africa. They have a target set for them of 177. And South Africa have a very favourable record against the West Indies in T20 World Cup matches, having won 4 and lost just the 1. But Samuel Badri, that 1 came here in India.
Yeah, in 2016, and that 1 was part of the second of 2 World Cup wins for the West Indies. So never can tell. Lungi Ngidi continues to be so impressive in this tournament. That slower ball that he possesses, and at the back end, those 3 wickets that he picked up, adding to his tally, demonstrating a real skill under tremendous pressure. But West Indies might feel a little bit confident as they head into this defense, given that record partnership for the 8 wickets of 89 from Shepherd and Jason Holder. So maybe, just maybe, a little bit of momentum with them. And so they'll be searching for early wickets. Most wickets for South Africa in T20 internationals. He's level with the left-handed wizard, Tabriz Shamsi. 89 apiece. Rabada in close pursuit as well.
Captain, just having the last chat with his team. We spoke earlier to Shamar Joseph before the game, and he said that see, having Darren Sammy there is a great asset to have as someone who's experienced. But one of the major things he said is creating your own legacy now. West Indies have an incredible legacy in the T20 international format. And of course, that year, 2016, was phenomenal for the West Indies, winning both the men's and the women's competition and the Under-19 World Cup that same year. They spoke of actually creating their own legacy. Carlos Brathwaite, how do you do that as a side who may have struggled just in the last few years since that World Cup?
I feel like for a West Indies team, it's hard to get away from the past this current
Yes, thank
team.
you. You would say that because it's a good pass for
the
you,
Test
isn't
team
it?
is the 80s. For this West Indies team is 2016. But they can only write their own legacy by doing what's best in the here and the now. It's not that 2016 team. How can they make the most of the resources that they have? And so far, they've been doing that. Another man that makes the most of all the resources and skill he has, Aidan Markram, leading from the front more often than not with the bat.
Remember the name. We certainly haven't forgotten it, that's for sure. Could never forget it. Great memories for the West Indies. Can South Africa create their own good memories too? You know this ground well. Played morning game here, they played the evening game here. An opportunity to see what they can do in the chase in the afternoon. The shadows just starting to come over the surface as well as we get ready for the launch phase of South Africa's chase for 177. So often today, that line has been pounced on.
Yeah, what a start. Not dissimilar to what we saw in the first over when South Africa bowled Matthew Ford errant in line. And Aidan Markram is so strong square off the wicket. He picked up that line so quickly. And it was an effortless stroke, really. The timing and the placement sublime. What a start in this chase. Nat, you alluded to it a little bit earlier in terms of the tactical approach of the West Indies. We saw the solitary spinner used by South Africa, Keshav Maharaj. He traveled at over 10s and over. Will they use Ruston Chase with the new ball from the opposite end with that matchup against Quinton de Kock, or would they go with the fast bowler looking to get early inroads, maybe a Jason Holder or a Shamar Joseph? So it will be interesting to see how that man on screen, Shea Hope, utilizes his spin bowling resources on a pitch that hasn't really assisted them.
Very interesting little conundrum they have for a few reasons. Quinton de Kock has had his troubles against off-spin in the past, and that hasn't really mattered in the format. Ruston Chase got him in the qualifier of the SA20, had him bowled, playing in that similar fashion, looking to go towards the leg side. That would have been a consideration. The off-spinner against Quinton de Kock. But at this ground, generally seamers have been more successful. And we've seen it through the World Cup. So it's a nice little conundrum they have, something to think about for the West Indies.
I think this first ball that Matthew Ford bowled would be so disappointing because of that field. Long on his bat. I think he'd be as disappointed with his line, more so the length. You want to be slightly fuller, allow that ball to swing. He does swing the ball big, and the majority of the 11 o'clock games you saw a prodigious swing. Not as much here today so far. But if that swing isn't there, you have to show your skill, and he is a skillful bowler. So he would have been disappointed with that first ball. The next three deliveries, he's pulled the length a little fuller and the line a little bit closer.
He's just had a little chat with his bowler. Turned him square. The lovely ball from Ford after a little chat from his captain. Nearly bears fruit.
Now this is what he does against the left-handers. He's wrong the wicket, usually shapes it away from them. There is a slip in position, but wide of Holder, and it beats the fielder down a deep third as well. So fortuitous for Quinton de Kock, looking a little bit watchful to start things off. Such a pivotal player for them, de Kock.
It'll be 11 from the first over of the chase. incredible crowd of just over 90,000 people for that India-South Africa game. But they've come out in their numbers today for this neutral match. Many wearing the yellow of South Africa, which they use for the T20 international kit. But big support as well for the men in maroon. Excellent crowd here in this massive stadium. This could turn out to be a fascinating chase. South Africa previously against New Zealand chased down that target of 176 relatively easily. South Africa have experience of chasing at this ground. Did it in the group stage against New Zealand, and they did it pretty easily, and thanks to, in large, to Aiden Markram and his 86 that he made undefeated that day. Romario Shepherd, what an innings he played with the bat. Just brilliant. Desperately needed by the West Indies. Starts a little too straight.
Maiden T20I half-century for Romario Shepherd, his team in all sorts of trouble at 83 for 7, and what a knock this was. 52 unbeaten from just 46 balls rather. Brilliant stuff.
Well, Romario Shepherd started this tournament brilliantly, didn't he, Carlos, with that hat-trick, the fifer as well. He was just brilliant, but got a little strapping on his knee, doesn't he?
Yeah, and when he wasn't required against Zimbabwe, they didn't bowl him at all. So this is his first or second over since that fifer. You can see him getting through. He's a big boy, full of muscle. There'll be a lot of force going through that knee. He's obviously pulled up well enough that he can go, and he can start today.
And just pulled the one over against England. Picked up a wicket, went for 7. It's after his heroics against Scotland with 4. He took 5 for 20, included a hat-trick. Continue with some attacking fields, the West Indies, but they are going to make a change and taking the slip out now for Quinton de Kock. Strengthening that offside field. Still a catcher offside though. Slight changes as well as they bring in a short cover. Love to score in that area, Quinton de Kock.
And there's a lot of familiarity with these two teams and all of these players, the number of times that they've played together and against each other. So everyone knows the idiosyncrasies of the other. And so it's a real test now of execution more than anything else, because they know the strengths and weaknesses, and they know where they can ill afford to be in terms of line, in terms of length. And so it boils down to skill versus skill.
Picked up the length nice and early, did Aiden Markram. That is an incredible shot by the opener.
Wow. Remarkable. A back foot punch. Rodman Powell thought he was in the game. I thought he was in the game. And he gave up the chase. It went well past. And there are a few Indians with yellow jerseys singing, celebrating. That was a remarkable shot.
Lovely punch. That is just classical Markram. The punch through the offside. 23 on the board.
This is high skill. It really is. On top of the bounce, it's not necessarily a bad length or a bad line. This is what you're asking for on the top of off, but such is the skill of Aidan Markram to be able to hit that ball with the power and precision to get a boundary. Yep, wonderful shot. Underscores how good this pitch is.
23 is on the board. Markram has 17. So 2 fours and 1 6 so far. Same stage, and he finished 29 without loss. Had a quick start, hitting 17 off Maharaj's first over. Quinton de Kock, through his career, has often faced first ball, but also often faced second as well. But through this World Cup, it's been Markram who has faced first, and I think also in this situation here, he'd be pretty happy for Markram to take as much of the strike as possible because of the way he's hitting the ball. You just look at his strike rate through these first few overs in this World Cup, how good he is, 195. He's added some incredible shots to his game. We saw that one already, and he's just sort of punched away over that mid-wicket region, but he can play the same one, the same ball straight in a similar fashion.
Yeah, Matthew Ford has been quite good in this phase of the innings as well, picking up 6 wickets and an economy of 5.2, so quite metronomic. But this man on screen, what a player he's been, leading by example. And that's the great thing about being a leader. They don't just tell you what to do, they show you how it's done. And he will speak in team meetings about intent and about showing that purposefulness, and he's embodied it, he's living it himself. And if the captain does that, if he asks for it, then that just pulls everyone with him.
It's been a treat to watch him so far. He's only faced 9 deliveries and he's already entertaining.
Slow ball from Ford. Slow ball last ball as well. And the delay from Aidan Markram in his back swing to pick it, to delay what's there, and then still get the bat speed through. Sensational.
An attempt, so close. It almost looked like he was hanging in the air for a time, and he's just put it down, King.
Yeah, you need to take these opportunities, as tough as they may be, in this sort of situation. You got to make everything count. On top of the bounce again to his right. It would have been a wonderful grab. And then not to be. That would have been inspirational. We've seen a few drop catches already in this contest. Ford is perplexed.
He's going to get some treatment. He goes off the field. Hopefully he hasn't hurt a finger or split the webbing or anything like that. Substitute fielder Sampson comes on. It's 31 on the board. Off that over from Ford. Really, Markram looks like he's in full flow. Striking at over 200, Markram. So West Indies have got a little job here on their hands. They've got to turn this around. Jason Holder. Big part in that 89-run partnership with Romario Shepherd. Now he's got ball in hand. Looking to break this opening partnership. Oh, it's leg side, gets away with it.
Talk about left-hand, right-hand combinations and Roston Chase to Quinton de Kock being a good matchup. Aidan Markram is blocking that matchup, I feel, because you can't risk bowling Roston Chase and Aidan Markram in this imperious form, because you could break the back of the chase in 1 over. No pun intended.
You've been waiting all day to say that?
What was it? Remarkable? Remarkable? Good one, Carlos.
This is a tough crowd. This is a tough crowd.
Well, it's a tough crowd to be in over there, isn't it? Most runs in the Men's T20 World Cup. He's got 206 to his name. Hatem Nusanka, what a brilliant 100 he scored in the tournament. Hetmeyer's been in sensational form as well. I feel like your jokes need to come with like a 2-drink minimum.
I think when you're talking about how the modern game has gone, I think as a bowling unit, you can be a little bit more defensive. This is a situation where I can ask my bowlers to be slightly more defensive to get out of the power play, stimulate the flow of runs. When that wicket comes, you then hunt again for a few balls. And depending on the flow after that, you can decide if to attack. Even attacking a Quinton de Kock now probably bears little to no fruit. Can you just get out of the power play? Jason Holder started it with those first 3 balls to Markram, trying to get really tight into the body with deep backward square and deep mid. How can you be really disciplined?
I feel like at the same time, Quinton de Kock is playing the situation well, isn't he? Just give Markram the strike.
Yeah, he seemed to be switched on. He understands that Markram is on the charge, and so he just wants to rotate strike while he himself gets set. I think a slightly different perspective, Carlos. I think with the new ball, in these conditions, you have perhaps the best chance of getting an edge, nicking a wicket off, and maybe attack in the first couple overs to the new batters. And if you get those early wickets, you put them under pressure. After the power play, if they're well set and they've got a good score on the board, it's so much more difficult. You know, we saw that pitch earlier today. The Hessian one was on for quite a long time. There was a little moisture, and after that, during the break, it seemed to have dried out quite significantly. And now the ball is coming nicely onto the bat, as evidenced by some of the stroke play from Markram.
Now trying to flick this away is Markram. High in the air it hangs, but because of the field restrictions in this first 6 overs, it's gonna fall safe for him.
How did that ball travel that far? High on the bat, no control. On one leg, Jason Holder thinks it's inner circle or just beyond. Instead, it's just one bounce for 4. That is incredible. How does he get that power behind that?
Saw him move, followed him, but just a little too far. It's 42 now without loss for South Africa.
A game of cat and mouse. A little bit of a shimmy. Getting outside the line of the ball. Jason Holder follows him, he reacts. He's Finished that over with a couple of boundaries. Really motoring on now, South Africa, 42-4.
West Indies were excellent in the first round matches of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup, then went on to defeat Zimbabwe by a big margin, so a good net run rate for them. South Africa had a good win against India. Quinton de Kock wants to get in on the act as well. Decided maybe it's time to go in the 5th over.
You know, just wondering how longer he will take before he looks to take on the bowlers. Well, I think he's decided now that he's seen enough. He doesn't want to leave it all to Aiden Markram, so he wants to support by getting a boundary or two away. It's the 3rd consecutive over for Matthew Ford. Always risky, particularly when there are no wickets down.
Anything leg side, he generally is pretty strong. But in that partnership that Aiden Markram and Quinton de Kock had in the chase against New Zealand, they had an excellent opening partnership of 62, but Quinton de Kock only scored 20 runs out of that partnership. It was all really Aiden Markram in that game. Just not quite found his timing again today.
Hindsight is 20/20, but with hindsight, could you then think Akil Hussain trying to get the wicket, Aiden Markram, helps you to win this power play, regardless of how much you're defending?
It's a double-hitter day, and so much rests on today's action in the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. India looking for their first win in the Super 8 stage, and they're up against Zimbabwe, playing just their 2nd game in India in the tournament. It'll be over in Chennai, which has proved to be a runs fest in the tournament. Had great crowds coming out there as well in Chennai. Markram eyeing up the boundary leg side, and it easily carries over.
It was always going to be risky this particular over. I mentioned earlier his 3rd in succession. Batters have now gotten used to him, used to the surface. And so how can he get out of the over? Markram looks in imperious touch. Really seems as though he's just having a net out in the middle. This is brilliant batting by the South African captain.
He's playing with the field long on and deep square, and he's tugged that one into a vacant mid-wicket area, which has now been plugged. So there's deep mid-wicket and deep long on.
It's only just missed. That is a wonderful reply from Ford.
Yeah, they just need something to go their way, just over the stump. I'm not sure if it was middle stump or off stump, but just barely over, and dies on the way through to wicketkeeper Shea Hope. So over the stump and then dies at the very end. Yeah, grimace there from the captain.
There'll be more runs for South Africa. Another 50-run opening stand for this pair. The first team in the tournament to have more than 50 opening stand. And it is now 5 overs gone, 53 of those.
Slow ball again, back of the hand this time, waiting on it. And West Indies did not cover themselves in glory in the field on this particular delivery. First Roston Chase, then Shamar Joseph. A valiant effort to get there. And then once he did, not the best effort and not enjoyed by Matthew Ford to finish the over.
Aiden Markram in magnificent touch, dominating this opening stand. 43 from 20. De Kock 9 of 10. Ideal start for South Africa, chasing 177. Natalie spoke about these opening stands. 70 against Canada, 62 against New Zealand. Now unbeaten 53 from 31. No real risks being taken. Just Markram at his best. Here's Shamal Joseph.
Yeah, that last delivery, Markram obviously picked it up and was trying to force the issue. Looking to go probably a little bit straighter than that. Cuts across it. Would have had his heart in his mouth about it maybe carrying to the field, and then would have been really happy that with a bit of average fielding, he picked himself up a boundary. It's a hard job being a coach.
Dispatched. Quinton de Kock is getting in on the action now.
Yeah, it's been slow to get going, but this is Quinton de Kock at his absolute best. As the moment he even set himself up, the ball was still coming to the bat. You just got the feeling this was up and out of there. And that was a wonderful strike by the left-hander. Skinning on to him. Joseph's a shortish customer. Came on the angle. And Quinton de Kock just said, thank you very much.
Corbin Bosch was speaking to Ian Bishop. He said the new ball will be crucial for both sides. West Indies at the same stage were 47 for 4. Over the wicket doesn't help. It's over the inner ring for 4.
Get the feeling when you watch Quinton de Kock bat that there's a channel. There's a channel that's tight on the off stump or middle and off stump. Anything outside of that is when his eyes lit up. And so he says to himself, okay, there's got potential to go up and over. And that one was just heading across there. Length wasn't bad, but the line just gave him the angle to work with. And that's a real good start to the over for Quinton de Kock.
The other thing that Quinton de Kock forces you to do when he plays that pull shot, they're not very short deliveries some of the time, but he just plays that pull shot off the short of a length delivery so well that you have to be meticulous with your adjustment in going a little bit fuller, not too full for him to drive, which is what happened after he pulled it for 6. It put so much pressure on the bowler.
He's launched this into the stands for 6.
Yeah, I think they're caught between which angle to attack Quinton de Kock from at the moment. Should it be over? Should it be around? Back of a length disappears. They decide to go fuller, but it's probably heading onto leg stump. And once again, it feels like a free hit for Quinton de Kock in this form. Just helps it on his way. And this has been impressive.
A number of those shots that he plays, obviously you go back to his childhood. It's been a well extended story about his love for baseball and him having to choose at an early age between baseball and cricket, and you could see some of the similarities in that pull shot and that pickup shot that he plays.
You got to admire it. Excellent over. 16 from the over, 69 without loss at the end of the power play. Darren Sammy will walk out. Bish, what is he saying to the West Indies team at the end of these 6 overs?
You'll have to look at the positive side if you're a coach. He's got Gudakesh Moti, who has been his middle overs general you want to get Gudakesh Moti into the attack at some point. It has to be the appropriate end because Quinton de Kock is still there. So he has to use Moti if de Kock faces to the bigger side of the ground, right? Hitting leg side. Rostam Chase is the other one that you can look to try to match up. So he has to go through one or two of his bowling repertoires to try to initiate that breakthrough. And stay positive, guys. You never know. Collapses come.
Strong batting lineup, Rickleton in at 3. Brevis got some good runs in the win over India. Miller and Stubbs, we know what they can do. So, like West Indies, South Africa back deep.
There's the bowling performance. Ford was pushed for the 3 overs. His last one put under a little bit of pressure, but one apiece for Shepherd, Holder and Joseph. No success at this stage for them, and South Africa have been able to launch. Yeah, width, he loves width. Ford gave him some width to start. Quinton de Kock was a bit subdued, and to be honest, he was, I think, 10 of 11 deliveries. So it was Hayden Markham who was the aggressor, and he was the one who put this West Indian bowling lineup under some pressure with some exquisite shots. It's a next level from Hayden Markham. Some of those ones that he hit into the leg side. And he's been the aggressor. That's probably been the surprise for us in the power play, that Hayden Markham has been the one that's really taken the attack. And then the last over of the power play was where Quinton de Kock said, okay, I'm going to join in here.
.83 for 7 after the end of the 11th over. West Indies put on 93 in the last 9. Record stand for the 8th wicket between Shepherd and Holder. Got them to 176 for 8. South Africa motoring along, 69 without loss. Time for a magic moment now.
Not out. Are we seeing history here? What a man. What an innings.
Standing knock from Chris Gale, 117 or 57. First ever match of that 2007 T20 World Cup. 205 for 6, not enough. Herschel Gibbs, unbeaten 90 of 55. South Africa winning by 8 wickets. Power play, 69 without loss. West Indies got to 52 for 4. Markram has led the charge. Here's Gudakesh Moti now. He's been exceptional in this phase of the innings for West Indies. Having not taken a wicket in the power play, it'll be interesting to see how impactful he will be. Shows South Africa's dominance, 11.50 in that first 6 overs. Means the required run rate now is under 8. No real pressure on the batters.
Markham 43 of 20. He has been so impressive in this power play in this World Cup. He's been the aggressor. Often we always tend to think of Quinton de Kock as being the one who takes the challenge to the opposition.
What I like about Markram in this World Cup is his balls per boundary. He hits a boundary, particularly in the power play, almost around 3 every 3 balls or something. That's a high boundary quotient. So he's putting pressure, a lot of pressure on power play bowling units. And some of the good balls where he lunges onto the front foot. He got dismissed to Ashdeep last game, but he lunges onto the front foot.
Quinton de Kock has launched that for 6. He's been on the charge in the last few overs. That's Quinton de Kock.
Yeah, but she talked about his baseball skills. Well, that would have been from his early ages. Something that doesn't bounce. That's a gift. A man who's experienced at hitting those full tosses out the ground as he is. Doesn't miss out.
He talks about his dad having to convince him that that's the way to go. He really had a passion for that sport. It's quite strange for a South African. And I think that's a back of the hand one. I think if we see that again from Moti, I'm not sure it was the orthodox finger spinner.
throw. Equally good running, put in the dive. Added that wrist spin variation into his skill set as Gudikesh Moti to the left-hander. Tunnel down the ground. Oh, what a shot for four.
It was off the edge, wasn't it? He kind of opened the bat face to try and hit it through the offside, and it maybe turned or he just misjudged it, but it seemed like it was the inside edge of the bat. So for it to fly as quickly as that down the ground is quite extraordinary. Leggy delivery, closes the face. And the placement ends up being perfect.
Again, that was the one out of the back of the hand there again, right?
$15 from the over, 84 without loss. Talk about how well they know the conditions here. But they've also been put under pressure in the group stage. It's given them that fearless approach, Bish. A double super over finish against Afghanistan really gelled this unit together. They feel that they can bounce back from any situation. They will have had dropped shoulders walking off the field with the West Indies powering their way to 176. Markram and de Kock, the top of the order, have made it easier for the likes of Brevis and Miller and Stubbs to come in and play their natural game. One change to the West Indian 11 today. Roston Chase in for Akil Hussain. Spin from both ends. Markram and 46.
Seen much turn for the spinner, so Ross and Chase will be really focused on trying to hit a length, probably pitching it outside the leg stump, but targeting middle legs. And de Kock against the off spinner will often look to target deep mid wicket. He looks for something over pitched and drags it across to the leg side. Also has that good finesse to try and beat the man at short third man.
5 from 45, highest opening stand of the competition for South Africa so far. Needed a good start. It's been magnificent. He goes again, and Quinton de Kock is saying, Aiden Markram, stand and watch. I can join in too.
Now, the West Indies decided to target Keshav Maharaj. We wondered if it was because of the nature of the wicket, it was difficult for the spinners to bowl. It seems to be the case, because that was just a little bit of a drag down into position so quickly. Quinton de Kock, as I said, I think he was 10 or 11 of 10 deliveries, and since then he's cut loose.
Easy as you like. This is exceptional batting from South Africa. Every bowler that has come into the attack has been put under pressure.
It's been obvious after I suppose a slightly sluggish start to the tournament for them. We go back to the Afghanistan game and double super overs, etc., that the engines are starting to poo. And a lot about tournaments, not always, because there are a couple of teams who went wire to wire in different World Cups. But peaking at the right time is the absolute critical thing that we will be able to look back in hindsight and talk about in a couple of weeks.
Identical scores, both batters. 147, de Kock has faced 23 deliveries. Look at the strike rate. 195.83 for Markram, 204 for de Kock. Down the ground, and in the safe hands of Jason Holder. Roston Chase into the attack, and he picks up a wicket.
and wins his matchup. I thought Quinton de Kock was looking to open the face maybe and hit it a little bit more towards the offside or over the offside. And it just hit the inner half of the bat and tailed down towards the big hands of Jason Holder. He's very good, even if there's no big spin for him. He usually goes into the pitch and holds his length very well, Roston Chase. 47 quick runs after a slow start for de Kock. 95 for 1.
They needed a good start, they got it. But now West Indies have an opening. Like South Africa had those double breakthroughs, I'll be hoping they can do the same. Put pressure, preferably if they can get Markram to have 2 new batters at the crease. Now 30,000 people have gathered here at the Narendra Modi Stadium for the Super 8 clash. Ryan Rickleton now in at 3. Stubbs talking to the media, as Ryan Rickleton is relishing this opportunity at 3, a new role for him, usually used as an opener. Markram on 47.
Yeah, there was a theory, as the misfield allows a single for Aidan Markram. It was a theory that Rickleton and Quinton de Kock couldn't coexist in the same team. Well, I think they've proved that theory wrong. They've been pretty good at one of them opening, one of them coming at number 3. de Kock will be disappointed with getting out that way. It just looked like he had then set himself up, and as you say, Bish, looked like he wanted to go offside, just dragged it across to the leg side.
Injuries allowing both him and Stubbs into the South African team. Both playing key roles in this campaign so far.
A look at the QDK wicket again, good on Roston Chase. Just the length, you have to get to it and it just slides in. There's no big turn. The crowd knows that Jason Holder is in the vicinity. Talk about Ryan Rickleton. I mean, his dad, he goes back in time and his dad was the one who said to him, bro, you got to open the batting and you got to keep wicket because you need to stay in the game. Now he's finding that hard with Quinton de Kock opening the batting and keeping wicket, but he has to find now another way to stay in the game.
Yeah, there was talk when Quinton de Kock retired. Another point was made, you have to replace Quinton, and he said, I did, but then Quinton came back.
Well, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
It just shows you how hard international sport is. Gudakesh Moti has found that as well, that the finger spin sometimes isn't enough, so he's added this variety to try to create each way movement if the wicket isn't ragging like the Wankhede did.
50 for the South African captain. His 14th in the format, the 3rd of the tournament, and 4th against the West Indies. What a knock.
Yeah, strike rate's impressive as well. He's been superb at the top of the order, just missed out against India, but besides that, he's been really good in the power play. His strike rate's been phenomenal, and he's got South Africa off to some quality starts. Another 50 for him.
Loose delivery, good shot played by Ryan Rickleton. End of the over, 9 fun at 104 for 1.
He's not always Gudakesh Moti getting the back of the hand to land. He's practiced it in 1 or 2 tournaments and in the nets a lot. We saw it earlier in the tournament. And he's trying to bowl it at pace today a couple of times, which hasn't lined up.
I was chatting to Tabraiz Shamsi and he was talking about Moti trying this delivery for the past year, but not really having the confidence to bowl it. He worked with him during the series against South Africa just before the tournament started. play, Shamsi says it's all about the areas you bowl, the pace at which you bowl it. It's not an easy skill to develop. But I guess it just adds to your skill set, particularly against the left-hander. Oh, Brian Rickleton, what are you doing?
Oops. Almost a yes, no, sorry moment. And Markram was going for 2 and then halfway down said no. And the throw wasn't on target enough. Hetmeyer knows it. It needed to be on target.
He walked down the other end and said sorry. Brain fade.
My apologies, Ryan Rickleton.
Adam Markham so strong against the seamers, both offside and leg side. That's the key, is that he also gets into them. He kind of doesn't hang back and he can hit it from that position straight down the ground. That's what makes him so dangerous. He just has been severe on anything. He's always been good with the short delivery. But I think the fact that he's learned the art of still being able to lean forward and almost go down the wicket, but still hit it straight, even if it's dragged him back of length, is causing extra problems for the bowlers.
100% right, because they're not bad balls when he comes down. The one he hit Jason Holder for 4. And that shot there, that's what I wanted to come to, because not necessarily from the spinner, but even from the seamer, the way Ashdeep Singh got him dismissed from that front foot press, he looks to punch good length and shorter length. This is off Ruston Chase. But my feeling, I was saying next door to the guys, if you can get the ball to do something laterally or just a little bit of indifferent bounce from a cross seam, but that same shot is his strength. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's a shot that once he plumps onto the front foot, the back foot comes off the ground. So it's hard for him to adjust much to anything, but it's not easy. He's so good at it.
Four singles from this over, Ruston Chase. Ball of the 10th over. Five from the over, halfway stage, South Africa 109 for 1. Oh, he's been the rock of South Africa's batting at the top of the order. Against Canada, 59. Unbeaten 86 against New Zealand. Nice third half century. Still not done. Unbeaten on 53 in this match.
Ten overs to go. South Africa have got it down to almost a runner ball with 9 wickets in hand. So plenty of resources for South Africa in this chase. Look for West Indies to do now. West Indies need something here to get them back into the game. Because of that win against Zimbabwe, of course, that gives them a little cushion. It will mean they'll have to win the game against India if they are to go down today. Just a little issue behind the bowler's arm at the moment for Markram as he gets ready to face Holder. Won't get it through there. Almost down to a runner ball now for South Africa.
Yeah, exceptional batting from their captain once again. Again, it redounds to familiarity with the conditions and high skill West Indies showed a lot of fight in the back end of the innings. They eventually get to 176, but again, the pitch is such a good one. It seems as though they're short, comfortably short. And the only way they can get back into the contest at the risk of sounding with a lot of repetition is to get wickets. Who is going to put their hand up and get that wicket from a West Indian standpoint?
Yeah, it's been a struggle for the West Indies in terms of getting wickets. It looks like from the beginning they've been rather on the defensive side. They've almost waited for South Africa here to make mistakes. A good partnership, opening partnership here between Aiden and Quinton, and South Africa will be very confident and happy with an informed Quinton going into the latter part of this game. You know how important he is at the top of the order for that team.
We spoke about this earlier, and Samuel, you mentioned it. You felt that they could have been more attacking with that new ball. Get a wicket early, get yourself into the game. But they did seem that little bit defensive, just as Temba was saying. In the T20 format, how difficult is it to then change that momentum around?
Yeah, it's difficult. It really is. And I think that even now, they should be thinking about getting a wicket, maybe having an additional fielder inside, someone catching.
He is very strong, square of the wicket on the offside. Even with all the fielders there on the offside, he still finds a way through.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot that by Ryan Rickleton, just giving himself a little bit of room and letting his hands go through the ball there, beating that man at cover. West Indies have brought the extra fielder and mid-off has come up. So they are looking to put pressure on the batters. Unfortunately with that one, bit of a loose delivery there by Jason and well executed by Rickleton.
Yeah, he makes the adjustment now. He goes round the wicket. There's that mid-wicket move into short, fine.
Markram had to get out the way pretty quickly. This little punch from Rickleton. Again, they'll go for the second run, but little confusion between the two and nearly a chance for a third.
I think one consideration here, probably for both teams, maybe a little bit more for the West Indies, looking at where the result is the run rate. I think you want to make sure that if you're within the West Indies camp, that you don't allow South Africa to get too quickly to that score. And from South Africa's point of view, they want to make sure that they get there as quickly as can and push that run rate up.
Yeah, it's so interestingly poised within this group, because if India are to win tonight, net run rate won't matter. Almost be like a quarter-final between the West Indies and India, but it can still come into play. It's 117 for 1.
Yeah, that's why it's so important for West Indies to push for a win here. It doesn't matter by how many deliveries they get beaten, especially if India goes on to win tonight, which in all likelihood they will. And these are the fixtures and results from a West Indian perspective. They have that final match in the Super 8 in Eden Gardens. They played a couple matches there already against India. But if they don't win tonight, that's a straight shootout.
India to come at Eden Gardens in Calcutta. Big game it is for West Indies to come, but for now, this is where they are concentrating. 117 is on the board for South Africa. Partnership is already worth 22 from 18. We saw such a difference when the West Indies were batting, where wickets were just tumbling in the beginning. No partnerships to speak of. Their partnership came towards the back end. And that was an important partnership, of course. But so difficult to recover from the damage that was already done. And the West Indies were 83 for 7. 14.5 centuries for this man. He's been just wonderful to watch today.
Aiden Markram not just leading with the captaincy, but also leading with the bat. South Africa have been phenomenal in the power play, and he's been a big reason towards that. He's up there in terms of the strike rate in the power play as well as the runs, and he looks very, very determined to take his team here all the way.
No T20 international hundreds for him. A score of 86. Has at times batted obviously in the middle order for South Africa, which makes a difference. Amazing to think he doesn't have a T20 international 100 to his name. Now just slight changes in the field here. So you see Chase just moving fielder on the offside a bit finer on the boundary. But he bowls at leg side and allows Rickleton to free his arms and easily clear the rope.
Yeah, that is a sensational shot, a good pickup. Again, the length wasn't too bad. But such is the nature of the surface, you can trust the bounce, you can trust the ball coming onto the bat, hitting to the shorter side, and once he gets it anywhere close to the middle, it sails away.
Oh, he wanted it again, didn't he? Wanted more of that.
That's the extra dynamic that Ryan Rickleton has added to this batting lineup, where in this period he's been really dominant, he's been really ruthless, and he's found a way to keep that momentum going for the batting teams. He's really looked to put the guys under pressure, and he's just allowed that momentum to keep growing and growing.
Down it goes. Hit that hard. Hard, straight back towards the bowler. Talk about it being tough off your own bowling, Samuel. They hit that hard.
Almost a matrix-like movement from Ruston Chase. Self-preservation initially, and then stuck that right hand out in hope more than anything else.
Eleven runs will come from that over for South Africa. 128 for 1. .49 is required for South Africa here to maintain their 100% record in the tournament. They have been so good all the way through. Easy win it was against Canada. They would have been pretty happy with the day out there, but it was a big challenge against Afghanistan in that double super over. Excellent against New Zealand and the UAE. A result for South Africa that would have brought them much joy would have been the result against India, winning by 76 runs. So much went right for South Africa in that game at this magnificent stadium. Very little wrong that day. .49 is required for South Africa now. Markram yet again out in the middle in a chase. Against New Zealand, did it brilliantly. David Miller himself batted beautifully the other day against India. The team was in trouble at 20 for 3. Little fumble allows the run.
Temba, a quick question for you as a captain yourself. How important is it for someone like Aiden Markram not only to talk the talk, but to walk the walk, to go out there and bat the way that he's batted and leading from the front?
It's very important. I think as a captain you can say all the right things, but guys really listen by seeing you doing exactly what you're saying. And we spoke about his motivation and determination here as the captain. I mean, from a batting point of view, the guys speak a lot about positivity and taking the game. He's really been the leader on that front.
Did well to get a bat on that. It was so wide.
Just think as well, his intensity, his energy within the field. He's always expecting high standards from his fielders, from his bowlers. But all of it starts with him. He's always a guy who's throwing himself around out in the field. Whatever he says, he always looks to do.
And the reason why I asked that, I've played with some captains who talk a really good talk, This is in the gap. Perfectly bisects the two fielders in the deep. Really good placement. Shepherd is struggling in the outfield.
Yeah, real tough going here for the West Indians. South Africans motoring around at this point. Rickleton just rolling over that one, getting it to the boundary. For South Africa at this moment, only need 45 balls to go.
Make a change in the field. Shepherd, who's been just limping a little bit, will come up in the inner ring at fine leg. Now they've got Holder going out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Had a little look at that knee being heavily strapped up, didn't we, in the nets the other day, but he's now seems to maybe have done a bit more damage.
Yeah, missed a couple matches on the account of a little bit of a niggle. A couple balls ago, you can see how he pulled up, yeah, a little bit gingerly there. So he is struggling, still staying on the field because he might be called upon a little bit later on. Career best score for him today with the bat, a crucial part of this team.
Just to ensure it doesn't get past him, Rothman Powell. There's an injury earlier as well. King diving to try and see if he could take a catch of Markram, went off the field straight away, and we're told it's a shoulder injury, just the way he went into the turf, and he won't come back on, which is not good news at all. Nicely played. Given the opportunity with a full and leg side delivery, it's 136 for 1.
Yeah, that required a run rate less than a run a ball, so West Indies need to be creative and find a way to get themselves back in this game. It's a cakewalk now for South Africa. Batted brilliantly. Just the one wicket falling. Markram again showing all of his quality.
Quite tough year for the captain at this point. It's when you start scratching your head, you're thinking of all the different plans, you're looking at bowlers, you're hoping a certain bowler is going to catch your eyes, but you really just want someone to put up their hand and look to make a player for the team. Hope he's going to go back to Roston Chase. I think Aiden might fancy the off spinner here. Not much spin on offer, short straight boundary. I think he might look to put him under pressure this over.
Excellent crowd we've got in here at the stadium. Straight he goes. Been wonderful to watch him today, and he just keeps going.
You had to make a little adjustment with that front foot to get that bat to come down through that arc and to get the ball straight. Yeah, see how wide he took that left foot out of the way, and then knew that he just needed to time it for 6. Brilliant batting from Markram.
He just looks a man on a mission in this World Cup. He's wanting to take his team to that trophy which they were so close to just a couple of years ago.
And that's 50 partnership that between Aiden Markram and Ryan Rickleton. Aiden again following that 6 with another 6, holding his shape there a little bit longer, letting his hands go through the ball. Much bigger 6 at 192 meters. Didn't look like he got all of it, but it seemed to have traveled. I think this is the over here that Aiden has identified. I don't think he needs a second invitation. I'm sure he's going to keep going here.
53 between these two of 32 balls.
I think I'm going to have a word with Aiden there with that one. I think very smart there from Roston Chase, just slowing it up, seeing Aiden use his feet a bit. But Rickleton, he might just want to get off strike here and watch the game from the other side.
Love how you seamlessly went into the next topic very quickly. You were going to have a word with him and then quickly distracted us all with what Chase did. Crack off the bat. It echoed through the stadium. 150 South Africa passes and just in the 14th over.
Well, Ryan Rickleton wants a piece of Ruston Chase as well. A couple of sixes from Markram. Now 3 of them in the over. Across to the leg side. He wants to get down at the other end. He wants to get back on strike, Markram. And that's into the top tier. Wonderful ball striking.
Doesn't get hold of this one either. It's 155 for 1. $155 is on the board, and time for a drinks break. .22 is required for South Africa. Many South African fans have come into the ground, and they very well may have picked up some new South African fans through this World Cup because of how they've been playing the Proteas. Families are in as well. Be very happy with what they're seeing at the moment. Sent a message in that last over as well, going for 19 runs. South Africa looking to finish this off in style, and why not? It'll do the confidence a world of good. Markram, 71 from 40. Just brilliant so far, and it's been great to watch him in action today. 6 4s and 4 6s, put on an opening partnership of 95 with Quinton de Kock. De Kock took his time to get going, but there was nothing wrong with that because Markram was going so well at the other end. And finally he made 47. A phase where the West Indies needed some wickets, Timber, but instead it was just the one that fell.
Yeah, as we know, South African, Quinton de Kock also joining the party. Brilliant opening stand that between him and Markram, and them just continuing with that ruthlessness there in that period. They haven't allowed the West Indies to get back into the game, just keeping the pressure on them, keeping the intensity up. And Aiden Markram, again, he's been at the lead with that. Ryan Rickleton as well has partnered in with them very well, taken to that number 3 very well in that position, and he's really making it his own. But as we said, at the moment, it's been all South Africa, and I think now it's just a case of when rather than how.
T1 sixes today. We've seen a 6 fist today. Most been hit at this ground in T20 internationals in a game. It's phenomenal hitting it's been from both the West Indies and South Africa today. South Africa need 22 and they've got 6 overs to do it. They have also got 9 wickets in hand. They've been very good in chases in the Men's T20 World Cup this year. Be very happy with how the chases have gone. Gone very consistently in terms of their run rate through the phases so far. The West Indies, they just have had no answers. It is a good pitch. It's played very well. South Africa making the decision to bowl first, and it's worked well for them. Got a little out the surface initially. The West Indies probably not adapting quick enough to the conditions. Holder now to bowl his 3rd. He's gone for 19 today. Starts with a slow one in the block hole. And it'll be 2.
Yeah, the South African captain, so many adjectives to describe his performance. Started off the match nicely by winning the toss, inserting the opposition, and then with the bat, he's been ruthless. He's 73 unbeaten at the moment, looking to finish things off. A real authoritative knock and a commanding performance, sending a message to everyone.
Anybody's going to have those adjectives, it's you, Samuel Badri. You've got such a beautiful command of the English language. I will be honest, there are times when I have to look up some of the words that you use because it's well beyond my vocabulary, that is for sure. Now he sits second on the list of most runs. He's moving up that list pretty quickly. Looks like a man well in control of his game at the moment. Timber, you spoke about Ryan Rickleton and what he's adding to this lineup. He sort of has had to adjust, hasn't he? Because it's a different entry point for him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he wasn't originally in the South African squad to come here to the World Cup. He got a little bit of a late call. But mentally, looking at the way that he's played, he was ready for it. He came off an SA20 where he was very confident. He had runs behind him. I think that always helps in terms of fitting into whatever role that you have to play. He's a versatile player. He prides himself in being successful in all conditions. I think he's really at this point making that number 3 his own.
That is a wonderful placement yet again from Markram. Rickleton, it just speaks a lot to his character, doesn't it, as how quickly he's adjusted to it as well. He had the opportunity a couple of years back to bat at 3. It was just for a few games, didn't quite work out for him. Then this year has been given that opportunity again to bat at 3, and he's been absolutely brilliant how quickly he's adapted to it.
We breed them differently there up in Johannesburg. That's it. Boys are a lot more tougher there.
Girls too, just saying.
And what's been pleasing too from a South African perspective is that they've got different players who've been able to put in useful contributions through the middle order, lower order as well. So everyone has been tested. So when they get to the big occasion or the bigger occasions, they have players who have confidence, who have had time out in the middle. Some other teams may not necessarily have had that coming into the business end of the tournament. Someone like David Miller, in that last innings that he's played.
Hetmeyer will field. A powerful stroke from Rickleton. It's 163 for 1. Required for South Africa. 2 games that they have played in the Super 8, South Africa has just been real master class from them on how to handle pressure in Super 8 games. So 14 is required. Got 30 balls to do it, and they've got to set Markram and Rickleton at the crease. Water high, full toss. A little look at the square leg umpire. Fielding is good from Ford. We've already seen that Shepherd has been struggling again with that knee, and I just wonder how much of a factor that was here. Might just be checking this.
Okay,
check
we
that.
have a player review for a no ball above waist height. I'm looking now. Can we have a look at ball tracking, please? Rickleton is a striker. Rickleton is a striker. Just going for tracking. call is fair delivery. Calculated decision is a no ball. Smart ready, go through. Okay, decision is a no ball. I'll go back to Kumar on field to signal no ball.
Yeah, just confirmed. And it is over waist height. If you are wondering, all the players were measured, the waist height measured. That's how we know that that is over waist height for Rickleton in his normal stance, standing on the popping crease. Gets out of it.
West Indies has been good in the last couple overs. Going to the York, I just wonder if he could have gone a little bit earlier. Roston Chase got through his 4, some tap at the end. Could they have gone York a little bit earlier, try to break the rhythm, break the momentum. Feels a little too late.
Nobody there. I had someone in the inner ring, square on the offside, and he gets past him.
And to hit it with that much power, not just the placement, but it sped off the bat across the bigger side of the field. And as we mentioned before, the engine is purring now from South Africa. A number of their top order all in the runs. Guys are bowling well. This is comprehensive.
One change that made to the field in that inner ring was Samson. Straight had extra cover. Extra fielder. Helps out the West Indies. Get that quite well.
Reflect that the West Indies bowled in a bit when they were batting, but you have to compliment the way South Africa went about their work with the ball. Kagiso Rabada, Lungi Ngidi, Corbin Bosch at the back end. And now what they're doing with the bat, they're rounding off into a real contender, having been finalists. And that man was broken. Aiden Markram at the end of the final in 2024, he was broken, he was sad, as you would be. And this is his chance at redemption this tournament, and he's leading from the front.
Really like that decision, if he feels that maybe something was on it from the batter. Just watching his movements as well, Shepherd. Obviously going forward, he could be crucial for the West Indies. That knee injury, he's okay. Looks like he's running in okay. Followed him nicely.
I hope this is a lesson for the West Indies as a bowling unit. If we get to Kolkata and play India and it's a road much like today was, do not fear going Yorker earlier. You can change the way you set the game up. 2 batters get off to a flyer, you pull it back. Designate 2 or 3 overs, just pulling the run rate back. That will get you wickets.
Yet again, the stumps of the non-strikers end does the fielding. The odds on it happening in the same over to the same batter. It's 173 for 1. Expensive day for Shepherd in terms of bowling, but he is struggling with that knee a bit. His 2 overs going for 22. We've got double-header action coming your way today. India take on Zimbabwe. It's 7 o'clock local time and happens in Chennai. Expect an excellent crowd there. In Group 1, a win is required for both of these teams in the Super 8 stage. India and Zimbabwe both need a win out in Chennai. South Africa needing 4 to win, keep their 100% record in the tournament alive. Just the 1 game left in the Super 8 stage for South Africa. That will be against Zimbabwe in Delhi. The Proteas power their way through this West Indies contest and send a message to the rest of the teams in this competition. Another comprehensive victory for South Africa here at Ahmedabad. Today winning by 9 wickets. And are now 1 foot in the semi-final. Brilliant by South Africa, winning by 9 wickets and led by their captain, Markram.
A rude awakening for a West Indies team that came here thinking they were 40 overs away from having 1 foot in the semi-final, as you mentioned. And no questions would be asked. The quality of teams they've played against will be questioned. Pressure going into the last group game, Super 8 game against India in Kolkata. What would that pitch be like? They don't care, South Africans. They've seen and conquered all so far, led by the skipper, leading from the front, quiet but assertive. Lungi and Didi with the ball, hit a Markram with the bat.
South Africa comprehensive in the first 2 games of their Super 8 matches. Ian, you having watched so much of South African cricket, how do you sum up their first 2 performances?
Look, as I mentioned before, they're starting to pull. Lungi and Giddy's slower deliveries. Today he started with a lot of seam-ups. Rabada's getting better. I think he bowled as well today, if not better than at any other time in the tournament. You know Marco Jansen is an improving cricketer who's already made an impact. So now with de Kock getting runs, of course Rickleton getting runs, we've seen Brevis and Stubbs and everyone. So they have thrown down the gauntlet and said, if not the form team, they're the only unbeaten team remaining in this World Cup. That tells you something. And they've had some tough games. So the runners-up from 2024 are a force to be reckoned with. And they have set the marker. They are the team to beat right now.
They were undefeated in 2024 up until that final. They had to be undefeated in 2024, which was just how the draw worked out and how the games worked out. And then went into that semi-final and easily went past Afghanistan in the semi-final. India themselves undefeated, and of course all the way through that tournament, and lifted the trophy as well. South Africa with the bat, well, they'd be very happy when they look back on the scorecard. Doing it easily in the 17th over and losing just the 1 wicket of Quinton de Kock after an opening partnership of 95 runs between de Kock and Markram.
Not much, if any, in the right-hand column. Only 1 for Austin Chase and only 1 for Jason Holder. Below 10s and over. The chasing experience as a fast bowling and spin cohort and bowling unit. A day they'd need to put behind them very, very quickly.
Yeah, these games come quick, and of course they'll be under pressure in their next game. And it could very well be like a quarter-final if India are to win tonight. But for South Africa, they have been brilliant all the way through this game. They were good also with the ball, but with the bat, winning all of these phases quite easily in the end, having lost only the 1 wicket. And they kept up their run rate all the way through too. South Africa win by 9 wickets. A very satisfying couple of days in the Super 8 stage in Group 1 for South Africa. And they've done it as a team. It's been a team performance for the Proteas that have got them to this stage. A win by 9 wickets. A comprehensive win for them here today. There's been stand-up performances through today. Let's find out now who your player of the match is with Cass Naidoo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the player of the match today, South African captain and opener Aiden Markram. He'll receive his player of the match medallion from Proteas cricket legend, former South African captain Shaun Pollock. Unbeaten 82 from 46, 7 fours and 4 sixes. You're hitting the ball so well at the moment. What was the approach coming out there today?
Yeah, thanks, Cass. Thought we actually bowled pretty well, chasing 180 basically. Obviously the power play was a big thing for us to get out the power play quite nicely, so nice partnership with Quinny, and then pretty much trying to run with the momentum after that power play.
How different were conditions today, first 3 p.m. start in Ahmedabad, to the other games that you played here?
Well, slightly different. I think the second innings there now, the wicket got really good again, but it was slightly tacky earlier when we bowled, so got fortunate with the toss again, but the guys bowled really well up front to take the wickets the way they did, and then left us batters with a bit less to chase, fortunately.
A couple of oohs and ahs in the commentary box at some of the shots you've played. Is there anything you've changed in your game, because you just seem so free-flowing at the moment?
Yeah, I think it's just to try get into rhythm as quick as possible, not be so sort of rigid and structured. But yeah, it's a small difference, I suppose. It's helped quite a bit, that sort of rhythm and flow with your hands when you're batting, and yeah, ultimately you just try lock in and see what the team needs. It sometimes works, it sometimes doesn't, but yeah, you're quite grateful when it comes off.
It's wonderful to be able to go on this winning run, but as captain, do you feel the pressure at the top of the order that you've got to go out there and make a mark and get your team to follow from your lead?
Yeah, I mean, I think whether you're captain or not, when you open the batting, that's your responsibility. So, bat really nicely with Quinny, got a great relationship with him, and then Rick's at 3 as well. So, between the 3 of us, we've sort of unofficially said to each other we need to make sure that the team gets off to really good starts in the power play, especially when the wickets are good. So, fortunately, again, it came off today for us, and hopefully we can sort of continue with that trend.
Congratulations. Aiden Markram, our player of the match today.
No doubt, a standout for South Africa with the bat, leading from the front as captain. Well, South Africa started with Maharaji's first over went for 17, and then Janssen's first over went for 12. They turned to Kagiso Rabada, and he literally turned the start around with 2 wickets in the over. Just what South Africa needed at that stage. South Africa, 4 points they have. A healthy net run rate that shouldn't really come into play necessarily, but we'll see what happens with the India-Zimbabwe game, which is going to be crucial in this group for everybody concerned. Just brilliant by South Africa with the ball to set up this victory. It was a tough day for the West Indies, not on what turned out to be a good surface. They did finally post 176, but South Africa with the bat were just sensational. Led beautifully by their captain Markram and dominated this contest. Not long from now, we'll hear from the 2 captains.
The ones who go beyond boundaries are the ones who reimagine the game. DP World, smart logistics beyond boundaries.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Right now.
Group 1 in the Super 8 currently belongs to South Africa. They had a commanding victory over India at this very same ground just a couple of nights ago. Now today have beaten the West Indies by 9 wickets. An undefeated 82 from Markram was just sensational. And seeing them home together was Ryan Rickleton, who made 45 undefeated as well. Aiden Markram, not so long ago in the tournament, made it 86 undefeated against New Zealand, and today 82 undefeated. He hit 7 fours and 4 sixes, and some shots just leave you with your jaw on the floor. Just brilliant to watch. Wonderful ball striking from the captain. The win confirms South Africa at the top of Group 1 of the Super 8. So they have 4 points with a game to go in the group, where they still have to play Zimbabwe in Delhi. A satisfying day then for the Proteas. Let's find out what the captains have to say with Sean Pollock.
Yeah, Shay Hope, first loss in the tournament, obviously, but was it all the wickets you lost in the first 10 overs? You think that was the issue?
Yeah, for sure. When you come up on a wicket just as good as that, it's very important to get a big score on the board, and losing so many wickets in the power play will always set us back. Like I said, I just felt as though it was a very good surface, maybe 40-50 runs short in the end, but yeah, wickets in the power play, so many wickets in the power play is always going to put us back as a batting team.
Your strategy seems to keep coming hard. You've got such depth in your batting. You must have still been happy that you were able to post 176.
Hey, you must commend the guys in the bottom half there for giving us a chance. You know, T20 cricket goes sometimes. To get a couple of wickets ourselves in our power play. I never know, things could have changed, but we must give credit when it's due, and I think Jason and Sheppy played a really good innings to give ourselves a chance.
You played in Kolkata and Mumbai. This nature of the surface, was it similar to the Mumbai wicket?
I wouldn't say it. It's probably even better. I felt as though the ball was coming out really nicely. Not a single ounce of turn I saw when especially when Kesh started, and then when our spinners were bowling wasn't much purchase. So yeah, I think it was very good to bat on. He can actually just play through the line a lot better here. So if we do get the opportunity to come back again, we've got to make sure we learn it quickly.
And the challenge for you in the tournament, is it to do a little bit with the bowling? Obviously a few little niggle injuries and maybe not 100% certain about the choices. Do you think that's the biggest challenge for you going forward?
Not necessarily. I just think we need to ensure we're playing, you know, it's still about execution. We have all the right people in our arsenal to make sure that we can play whatever conditions we face with. Again, you can have things in your favour as a bowling unit, but if you're not executing, then you're still going to give the batters an opportunity to score. Just one of those days, but I just felt as though we didn't get enough runs on the board, and then it was a lot harder for the bowlers to really pull things back.
Okay, well, depending on the game that happens just now between Zimbabwe and India, you're going back to Kolkata where you've played already. What is the prospect of maybe a quarter-final with a packed crowd there? How does that sound to you?
Yeah, well, you know, everything is not going to come easy. We got to find ways to overcome our challenges. And the way we've been playing cricket, yes, you got to put a loss down. Sometimes it's good to have a loss early up in the campaign, but now we see the importance of this next game, and it's important for us to make sure we hit our straps well, and you got to use it as a final as well. Our first final, hopefully of 2 more after that.
Okay, well, thanks for your thoughts. All the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shay. Next, we're going to have a word with the victorious captain on the day, Aiden Markram. He's already spoken to us about his own innings. He doesn't normally like to talk about his own batting. Aiden, you must be happy with the result, obviously. Give us your assessment of that power play, because it was all going on. There was runs flying to all parts. There was wickets being picked up. How did you first of all think the surface played, and how did you think your bowlers bowled to turn to the actual result?
Yeah, I thought we actually worked quite nicely. A team like West Indies is always going to take the game to you, and a few might squirt off and they might hit a few clean as well, but we thought it was quite tacky, a little bit stoppy, and with that extra bounce, new ball, a little bit of nip, we wanted to keep really trying to bowl good lengths and with a lot of energy on it. And with only 2 out, the ball can travel, but if you keep taking wickets, you sort of stay in the game. And yeah, was impressed with our performance in that power play.
It seems like winning the toss and bowling first, there was a little bit of an advantage, a little bit of steep bounce.
It was, yeah. I think it came from that tackiness as well that I mentioned. So again, we got on the right side of the toss, fortunately, but the guys still had to get the ball in the right areas, and they had to do it with a lot of energy as well. And in the heat of the day, it's not as straightforward as some people might think. So you take a hat off to the bowlers and the way that they executed up front.
At the halfway stage, 176 on the board, did you look and say some of the shots they played still suggest it's a really good surface? And then what did you feel once you got out there, once you rolled it?
Yeah, I felt like while we were bowling, the wicket kept getting better and better. So it was about how often do you keep using the wicket, and when do you sort of take the wicket out of the game. So that was sort of the thing we were trying to balance while we were out there. But towards the back end, I think when we went full and went Yorkers and the odd change of pace, I think it worked really well. And when we got out there to bat, the new ball came on really well, which it normally does here in the second innings. So yeah, again, like I mentioned, got on the right side of the toss, but ultimately the guys still had to put in a really good performance against this team.
Besides the start against India, you guys have been getting off to a really good start at the top of the order.
Yeah, I mean, been with Quinny for years now, and Rix has really come in and made that number 3 his home, which has been fantastic to see, and a massive plus for us as a side. So all the guys through the middle they've had to bail us out on the odd occasion, and us as the power play boys, we try to get the team off to good starts and make it a bit easier for them.
According to a result tonight, you could be already into the semis. How does that sound to you?
Yeah, that would be great. No step at this comp is easy, so to get out the group was quite a tough group. The Super 8 group is a tough group as well, so hopefully we can get through, but if not, then we take a game on in a couple of days' time and push for that semi-final.
Okay, last question. Love affair with Ahmedabad at the moment. How much would you like to get back here for one more throw of the dice on this ground?
Yeah, it would be great. It's a bit far ahead at the moment, but the boys have played some really good cricket here and are getting to know the conditions well. So we'll have to keep playing good cricket and hopefully things can work out for us.
Okay, well, thanks for your thoughts. All the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
As you heard from Aiden Markram, obviously it would be great to make it through. If India win tonight, South Africa will be through, and then it'll be just about a quarter-final between the West Indies and India as to who makes it through to the next round. If Zimbabwe pull off a victory tonight against India, it just leaves all results still possible. And that game is coming your way tonight in Chennai. It is not long away. Surya Kumar Yadav will be hoping to lead his team to victory up against Sikandar Raza, a team that beat Australia and Sri Lanka in that first group phase. Chennai will be where it's at tonight, and all eyes will be on that stadium starting at 7 o'clock local time. Looking forward to that action, and we do appreciate, of course, your company tonight as well. Good night.
This is our year.
It's an action-packed contest.
Can you feel that?
That's a top shot. An easy one. It's a good catch. Another one down. South Africa are rampant.
Straight down the broad. Shepherd is in the mood. Picked up the length nice and early. He's launched this. Chase picks up a wicket. What a knock. And easily clear the rope. Straight he goes. Another comprehensive victory for South Africa.